Are we recording now? Okay, welcome everyone to the July 22nd meeting of the City of Boulder Planning Board. We have a quorum, and so I will call the meeting to order. We have a number of folks from city staff and from our applicants. Welcome tonight, and I'll be recognizing people as we go along. I'll remind people to put a PB comma in front of your name on Zoom if you haven't yet. That's always helpful for when people see who we are and look at us on Zoom. And speaking of Zoom, before we proceed, I would like to hand it over to Jean Gotza to tell us about all the rules of participation in virtual meetings.
Great, thanks, David. Cindy, you'll either have to make me co-host or host so I can share.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
And while you're bringing that up, I'll just say welcome, hearty welcome to Brian Bowen and Crystal Gray, who used to be on the board. In a minute, we'll be talking about your being here with us, but it's so great to see your faces after a few years.
Erin, I accidentally made you the host. Can you make, can you go to the 3 ellipses at the top and make that Jean? You look just like her. So can you make, please?
I'll try. I've never been a host before, and I don't see.
You go up to your picture and there's 3 ellipses.
Oh, gotcha.
And then click on that and you can make Jean the host. Oh no, I'm sorry, go to Jean's picture. Jean's.
Yeah, go to mine, or you can do it in the if you have the participants open, you can get to my name and
Okay.
hit that blue more. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, and I will, Cindy, I will co-host you again.
Thank you. So sorry about that.
That's okay. This is all of us handing the batons around. Thanks for your patience, everyone. All right, let me get to share screen. And share this. All right, can you all see my slides?
It's coming up. It's there it is.
All right, wonderful. Okay. With our virtual environment, we have some protocol that we've adopted to help facilitate and make sure that our virtual meetings are orderly and efficient. The city's engaged with community members to co-create this vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. The vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. More about all of this vision and the full rules of decorum can be found on the Participate in City Council Meetings page on the city's website. To the next one. Great. So the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. So these will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to the matters of the related to the city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, or other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to not necessarily sign up to speak. We have some folks signed up and other folks will be able to raise hand, but we'd like folks to use a full name that they are commonly known by. And so in addition to this, I just want to say that kindly note that the chat function is disabled and all questions related to the procedures or online technical meetings should be directed to me, the host, in the Q&A. I will do my best to help you clarify our procedures. I think we had one question in there asking about what time we think that the public testimony for the public hearing will begin. So we'll try to answer that in just a minute. That's a perfect type of question for the Q&A. Anything related to the topic under consideration, unfortunately, we will be deleting those comments or questions and the board members are not looking at the Q&A. So just don't put them in there because we're going to have to delete them. Let's see. And then also to say that if there are repeated comments and questions that are really aimed at the topic at hand and they are disrupting my or Cindy or anyone else's ability to do our job in this meeting, we'll notify the board chair and issue a warning. And if that continues, suggest that the offending person be removed from the meeting. So thank you for understanding on this. They're really about keeping these meetings orderly and fair. Let's see, I think that when we get, so we'll have open comment and folks can use the raise hand function at that point if you want to address something that is a topic that is not with our public hearing tonight. And when we do get to the public hearing, we have a sign-up sheet. We'll go through all of the folks that are on the sign-up sheet first, and then there'll be an opportunity for anyone else who would like to speak to the topic for the public hearing, the CU South draft annexation terms. And you'll use that raise hand function that if you hover at the bottom of your screen, you should be able to find. Let's see, we're doing 3 minutes each. David, are we doing 2 minutes each for open comment or 3 minutes for open comment?
We'll do 3 minutes for the general open comment at the beginning. And then we'll do 2 minutes for the comment on our open hearing item CU South, because we just have so many people signed up. And so we tend to reduce it to 2 minutes when we have that situation.
Very good. Thanks, David. I'll display the timer in my little box when that comes up, and folks can be able to see that so that they'll know when their time's up. We respectfully ask folks to please wrap up at the time limited, because it's going to probably be a long evening tonight, and we want to make sure we hear from everyone. So I think that's it. David, back to you.
Thanks so much, both to Eugene and to Cindy for that. And I also will just add, for the purpose of the board, that because staff has figured out how to use the Q&A function for communicating with the public on logistical stuff, we can now use chat if we want to notify our fellow panelists about something. So the chat is no longer off limits. If you want to tell us that you have to leave or turn off your video for some reason or some silly little thing like that, feel free to just put that in the chat. But don't, as Jean said, please don't open the Q&A, because the problem with that is that it can provide distractions to our proceedings. With that, we will go to item 1A, which is swearing in of planning board alternate members Brian Bowen and Crystal Gray. Welcome again. We have 2 recusals for tonight's public hearing item on CU South, Lupita Montoya and Lisa Smith. So the board's asked Sam Weaver and City Council to appoint alternates in a fashion that's laid out in City Council's procedural rules. This is the first time in 5 years on the board almost that I've been fortunate enough to have some past members come on with us. Aaron Poe is our deputy city attorney, who's here to help us with the swearing in for the purposes of agenda item 5A. So Aaron, I'll hand it over to you.
Hey, Crystal and Brian, Mayor Weaver has appointed you to temporarily serve as planning board members to act on the application submitted by the University of Colorado for annexation. I will read you the oath of office. At the end, please answer "I do" for the record. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Colorado and the charter and ordinances of the city of Boulder, and faithfully perform the duties of the office of a member of the planning board?
I do.
Thank you both for your service.
Great. Well, that was easy. Thank you so much, Aaron, for doing that. We have a new agenda item 1B. At the request of Sarah, which was a great observation, Sarah pointed out to us earlier in the week that we have such a large item in front of us that it's very unlikely that we would be able to finish it all tonight. Experience has shown that we often have to have a continuance, and that it might be reasonable to consider being proactive about doing that continuance at the beginning of the meeting. And that way we can kind of tailor how we use our time a little bit more wisely, so that we can help make sure that the public comments all get made tonight. Because our public has really depended on coming and testifying tonight, and it would be a real I think kind of inconvenience for people to have to come back next week. So we came up with a kind of a nice plan, and that plan is to go ahead and get all the way through public comment, but to limit our clarifying questions to make sure that we can have a time that kind of works out for us to end. So did you just, am I able to display? Oh gosh. Here we go. Share screen. Yes, I am able to share screen. All right, so hopefully people can see what I'm sharing. And does that make it a little bit more visible even? Anybody want to, is it visible and it's filling up the screen nicely? Okay, so we thought that the most democratic way to do this would be to go ahead and vote on this as a board. And a nice thing for the public is that we're going to have kind of an estimated time for the public hearing to start as well as a result of this. So I'll give you kind of a heads up when we finish this on when we might, if assuming that the board agrees we should go in this direction. I shared this motion with the board yesterday, so you should have had a chance to look at it. So right now what I did was a back of the envelope calculation, and it looks like without our questions for staff and applicant, we'll probably would end up going to about almost 9:30 p.m. I came up with 9:28 p.m. as an ending time with all the stuff we have to do without Q&A. So that means that we can set target times for what we would prefer to keep our Q&A to in order to try to end by say 10 or 10:30. So I wonder if I'm going to go ahead and just open it up for anyone who might want to and go ahead and use the raise hand function if you can, because I can only see a few of you while displaying. So please use the raise hand function if you'd like to comment on this, any tweaks, and also if you have any recommendations for the lengths of time that we might want to limit clarifying questions to. Sarah, go right ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that we will have, relatively unlimited time next week to ask a lot of other questions. This is not meant to shut down our question period, but rather to let us get to public comment in a timely manner.
That's right. And so what we would be doing is continuing after public comment and staff rebuttal tonight to next Thursday, same time. And we would be going through all of our key issues in a way that we'll talk about at the end of tonight's meeting, but in a way that would allow us to ask all of the remaining clarifying questions that we need to ask. And so one thing I want to do before we, and keep thinking about this, before we fill in XXX and YYY, if I could just ask the board if there's anyone who cannot make it next week. Okay, and then I'd like to ask staff and the applicant if there are any concerns about being able to come and cover this for the purposes of Q&A and any other discussion that might come up. I know that Joe Taducci may not be here, but I hear that there will be staff representation that can cover on his behalf.
Yes, we are expecting staff to be present for that, but Joe will not be present. He is here in tonight's meeting, so perhaps tonight would be a good opportunity if you had those kinds of questions for him.
Great. So I would recommend, yeah, definitely prioritize questions that you really would like Joe's answers to, and also prioritize questions that you feel that the public would really benefit from before testifying tonight. So with that, do people have any ideas about what XX and YYY should be in terms of, do we want to ask equal amounts of time? I'm thinking, it's anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes each, and we'll be able to get out of here by 10:30. You want more time with city staff, more time with the applicant, or just 20 to 30 minutes for each? Anybody have any? Sarah's giving a thumbs up. Anybody have a preference? If you don't have a preference, I'm inclined to put in, if I put in 30, we'll go to 10:30, but I think that knowing us, 30 minutes might be needed. Is that okay?
John has his hand up.
John, please.
Yeah, that's okay with me as long as it's clear we can still ask questions next week, but I think you've made that that point. So I'm
Great.
relaxed about the 20 and 30 minutes here.
Excellent. Thanks so much. So with that, I just want to point out I made a slight wording change. I used the word agenda item at the end instead of something else that I had that wasn't good. So I'm going to read this motion. I'm going to make the motion to, due to the expected length of the public hearing on CU South, approve a continuance of July 22nd, July 2021 agenda item 5A LUR 2019-10 to a virtual public meeting of the board to be held on 29 July 2021 at 6 p.m. The board agrees to limit clarifying questions to city staff to 30 minutes and clarifying questions to the applicant to 30 minutes in the 22nd July 2021 proceedings, and agrees that any additional questions will be accommodated during board deliberation on the agenda item on 29th July 2021. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Sarah seconds?
Whoever.
Great. So I'm going to, any further discussion on this motion? Sorry, I just wanted to stop sharing so I could see you. All right. So if there's no further discussion, I'm going to do roll call. Peter.
Aye.
Georgie.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Crystal. You can raise your hand if you want. And Brian.
Aye.
And John.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So we have a unanimous decision to do the continuance. Thank you so much for that. Great. So for the public then, given that we have potentially an hour of questions, sorry, let me just look and add this up. I'd kind of like to tell you when you might be starting. 20, 40, 110, 210. I don't think we're going to get to the public comments and the order of the pre-sign up is I think is available on the web, right, Cindy? So do you put that list up of people signed up?
Yes, I can.
If you do, that's fine. But anyway, it's looking like
It's on the website. Is that what you asked me?
that's what I'm asking. Yeah. So
Yes, it is on the website.
If folks want to check where they are on the list, we should be starting somewhere after 8 o'clock, probably around 8:10. And we should, and you can calculate approximately 2 minutes per speaker. John, did you have a comment? Great. Okay. So with that, we had the next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. We had, thanks so much to Cindy for catching up on minutes before our recess, and really great quality minutes as usual, in my opinion. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of minutes from May 20th, 27th, June 3rd, June 10th, June 17th, and June 24th. Brian and Crystal, you won't be voting on this because you were only sworn in for item 5A. And if it's okay, since there's so many minutes, I'm just going to ask if it's okay if we all vote on them all together. I think even if you weren't in the meeting, you've read them and you can object if there's anything in there. So if people are okay, I'd like to take a motion to approve all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. Anyone want to make a motion? Did I see John?
So moved.
John moves. Second? Peter seconds?
I'll second. Oh, Peter seconded.
I think Peter's hand beat you. So wonderful. Any more comments before we vote? Okay, I'd like to vote by a show of hands in order for time constraints. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. We have a unanimous approval of the minutes. Thank you for that. Great. Okay, so item number 3 is public participation. The public is welcome to address the board for 3 minutes maximum on any item that is not related to a public hearing item in today's meeting. The only public hearing item we have today is CU South. So please feel free to address the board on any subject other than the CU South. And like I said, CU South is likely to come up well after 8 p.m. For comment, although you'll have a lot of fascinating things to watch until then. So you won't want to turn it off. You may want to multitask a little bit, but who knows? Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and have Jean help me out. We're going to do things a little differently. We're going to kind of go back to the way we did things in person, and I'm going to call on people, and Jean's going to do the timer because we just thought it would be kind of a little bit more natural, like we used to have the board chair call on people. And I think I'm kind of looking forward to that. So I'm looking for hands. Please use the raise hand function in Zoom if you are planning to speak to the board tonight in the public hearing item. I'll give you just a minute to try to find that raise hand function. They're coming up. Okay, and remember, this is not on CU South. So I will ask Jean to go ahead and start unmuting people who wish to speak on things other than CU South. And the first one we have is Paul Coleman.
Okay, Paul, let me get very technical. Put the sticky note over my camera so that this works.
I think I can click on allow to talk on this first one. Paul, can you unmute?
There we go. Paul.
Yes, I can unmute.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, Planning Board. I've lived in Boulder a long time. This is the first time I've ever attended a Planning Board meeting, and it's good to see you all, and I'll probably be in some more. My concern is climate change, global warming. I think you all know we're in a climate emergency. The reason there are fires and droughts and floods and sea level rise and all kinds of disasters going on all around the world right now is because we're burning fossil fuels. So I would like to encourage the board to take very seriously that you should consider climate change, global warming in every decision you make. I don't know how to stress that this is so important. So that's basically my message to you, and hopefully you're listening to me. Being the first speaker is an advantage, I think. So thank you very much for your service, and I'll see you around. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. And before you leave, can you tell us what neighborhood you live in? We usually
I live in Shanahan Ranch, Shanahan Ridge, in South Boulder.
Great. Thanks, Paul. All right. All right. And now we have James. Let's see if I see a last name here. James Morris. James, I think Jean will unmute you, and you should be able to unmute.
Hi, I agree with the last speaker, just that we need to create we need to be concerned with climate change and sustainability all the time. And I'm sort of upset from having read an article about the opportunity zones. There was some article a year or two back that claimed that several different transactions had occurred buying in our opportunity zones within Boulder, each of the transactions being several $100 million by big banks like Morgan. I've forgotten the names of all of them, but they're like, one of them was JP Morgan Chase. So I just don't like, as a small business person who's been here for 40 years, I don't like the idea of people from outside the state coming in, spending hundreds of millions of dollars buying up property. And I also I don't like the emphasis on profit. You know, like the old question is, who benefits? Where does the money go? Who suffers? I think should be foremost in our thoughts, because we should be thinking of wildlife and of people, and we should not be thinking of profits. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And again, would you mind telling us your address or where you live in Boulder?
I live in Martin Acres, and I rent in an industrial area out on the edge of Boulder, where I've rented for like 40 years.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, thank you, James. Yeah, we usually just ask people to state their name and address. Or
oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. I just figure neighborhood is probably as good as an address if people are uncomfortable giving their direct address.
Oh, I can give you my address if you want. I don't care.
That's fine. Thank you, James, so much.
Thanks.
All right. Excellent. So with that, we will go on to the next agenda item, unless somebody wants to raise their hand at the last moment. Anyone last call? Okay. Thanks so much to the public for that. I'm going to close the initial public participation section and move on now to discussions of dispositions, planning board call-ups, and continuations. We have 3 call-up items. The first one is a non-conforming use review for a combined physical therapy, indoor recreational, or athletic facility use, excuse me, at 2540 Frontier Avenue, Suite 101, Revo PT Sport Performance, LUR 2021-10. The decision may be called up before the 26th of July. Does anyone on the planning board have any questions or wish to call this one up, except for, of course, Brian and Crystal on this one? And of course, Brian and Crystal can always call up as a member of the public separately. Okay, on to the next one then. Call up item, final plat for the subdivision of an existing 18,381 square foot property into 2 conforming lots, 1831 Norwood Avenue. The existing home on the site has already been demolished. The remaining 2 lots would be accessed from Norwood Avenue through a shared access easement. The decision may be called up before the 28th by planning board. Do I have any questions on this one or any desire to call it up? I don't see any. So moving on to the third, final plat to subdivide the properties at 1750 15th Street and 1680 Canyon Boulevard to remove existing lot lines and create a single lot suitable for development. This is the Olive subdivision, or the former Liquor Mart. We've got a couple case numbers here, which I won't bother you with. Subject to call up before July 27th, 2021. So any questions or desire to call this one up? All right, thank you so much. Well, with that then, we'll go ahead and move on to the item, the big item of the night, which is agenda item 5A. This is a public hearing and recommendation on a position to annex a 308.15 acre parcel, generally known as CU South, at 4886 and 5278 Table Mesa Drive. 178, or there's other addresses, 718 Marshall Road and 0 Highway 36 and 4745 West Moorhead, with an initial zoning designation of public, LUR 2019-10. So this one is a legislative item. So for the edification of everyone, we aren't actually taking any official action on this. What we will be doing is making 1 or more recommendations to City Council via motions and voting. Those motions and voting will happen next week. So everything we do tonight will be getting ready for our deliberation and further question and answer. Since it's legislative, I'm not going to ask the board to disclose any ex parte communication. We're free to gather information from the public, but I will ask if anyone wants to raise any potential conflicts of interest that they would like to disclose. All right, great. Okay, well, thank you. I will then turn it over to the staff, our staff, for a presentation. Phil, I see that you've turned on yours. Jacob, would you like to introduce the item? Our Planning Director, Jacob Lindsay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, by way of introduction, first of all, I'm Jacob Lindsay, the Director of Planning and Development Services for the City of Boulder. I'd like to say thanks to our members of Planning Board and to our former members of Planning Board who have been conscripted into service. Thank you for being here this evening. And second, I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of our many community members who have given substantive and meaningful input into this process over the course of many years. This is a complex, challenging, and important dialogue. And our discussion tonight marks a key hearing in one of Boulder's most significant land use discussions in modern history. So thank you all for being here this evening and contributing to the dialogue. And with that, I'll turn it over to Phil Kleisler.
Thanks, Jacob. Phil Kleisler, City of Boulder Planning and Development Services. just going to share my screen. So I am also joined this evening by team members from our Public Works Department, our Transportation and Mobility Department, and the City Attorney's Office. So let me know if you don't see an overview slide now. The staff presentation will include a discussion around our review processes, kind of next steps in relating to that, existing conditions, somewhat deep dive overview of the proposed agreement, a brief discussion of key issues since we will be taking a deeper dive into that next week, and lastly, the staff recommendation. So annexations do require planning board action in the form of a recommendation to City Council. And so City Council is scheduled to hold the first reading of the annexation ordinance on August 3rd. Council will then follow the lead similar to the planning board and have a two-part deliberation public hearing meeting. So on September 9th, Council will hold the second reading and a public hearing. And on September 14th, they will regroup and have their deliberation on the application. And regarding public notification, consistent with Section 943 Public Notice Requirements, BRC 1981, staff provided notification to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject location of the application when 600 feet is required, and signs have been posted to the property. Written comments addressed to the planning board have also been shared by the board secretary, and additional written public comments are available on the city's project webpage. So as Jacob mentioned, this project has a pretty long past, and some of the more recent things to just note prior to diving into the agreement is that the university did purchase the property in 1996, and following that made several requests to the city to change the land use designations on the property. And so some folks tuning in, the land use designations are generally the precursor to city zoning when a property is annexed, and it's in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. The city deferred those changes until we had a plan for flood mitigation in place. And that was the time when we were studying the different locations and designs of a flood mitigation alternative along the South Boulder Creek major drainage way. The plan for that flood mitigation was ultimately accepted by council in 2015. And that's when the city initiated a process with Boulder County and the University of Colorado Boulder to engage the community to determine what the future uses would be for the site. We developed not only new land use designations, but also the CU South guiding principles. There was then roughly a 1.5 to 2 years of alternatives analysis around the flood mitigation project. Council chose a concept in early 2019. It's right around that time the university submitted an annexation application that was framed around those CU South guiding principles. Then we've been in negotiations since, and if annexed in 2021, the city would continue on with our permitting and design of the flood project. In a 3 to 5 year period referred to in agreement as the 3-year anniversary, the university may commence construction on recreational facilities, but nothing else. And then if the city gains permits for the flood mitigation project, the university then have the entitlements to develop the property consistent with the terms of the agreement. And by 2026, we expect the flood mitigation project to be complete. Council acknowledged pretty early in the process that this was a very complex project, a lot of moving parts and a lot of interest, and as such, designed this process to review the application. The intent here is to provide really more opportunities than what's typically provided through the development and review process. And so while it might just kind of represent to some people kind of a jumbled flowchart, it does represent a lot of community dialogue, a lot of conversations, emails, phone calls. And those were really constant permeations into the staff discussions on a regular basis. And ultimately our negotiations with the university through the last year or so. And a lot of the terms, I think, reflect that. This is just a vicinity map showing where the property is in relation to main campus, East Campus, and Williams Village. Just to note here that the site is 300 acres in size, and which does make it the largest single undeveloped property in the Boulder Valley that's eligible for annexation. The property shown here is a portion of the city's southeast urban edge. It's bookended by the city of Boulder, Area 1 shown here, and city open space generally to the east. It's fully owned by the university. Annexations in general can be considered if it meets state and local laws, and it's consistent with our comprehensive plan. The areas 1, 2, 3 map, for those unfamiliar, is a map in our comprehensive plan that is basically a growth boundary for the city. Area 1 being in the city of Boulder, Area 2 generally adjacent to the city and eligible for annexation. And then Area 3 is in the county, and long-term we expect to remain a rural land use in character. If annexed, the property would be located in the city and be provided urban services such as water, sewer, fire service, and so on. There are 3 land use designations on the property shown here. In 2016 and 2017, when we mentioned the comprehensive plan, there was a lot of discussion with the planning board. There was some hesitation in our engagement around changing the land use designations without a more certainty around what may happen in the future. And so the planning board was, I would say, pretty instrumental in drafting and ultimately approving the guiding principles. And that really set the framework for the annexation agreement that's before you this evening. And a key aspect of the work over the last couple of years has been translating those terms into those guiding principles into annexation terms. So there is a table in the memo that attempts to at least show at a high level how that happened and how the guiding principles were addressed in the agreement. And that's going to be what I would assume to be a big part of next week's discussion. The proposed zoning, initial zoning is public, and the definition from the city's land use code is shown here. Properties, as you'll see, properties to the west of the site are primarily designated as residential, with Tantra Park generally bisecting the low and medium density residential uses. Properties to the east and south are designated as open space with some existing low density residential and manufactured housing to the south. The existing conditions, it's largely undeveloped with the exception of some existing tennis courts and a warehouse building and a series of informal trails. It's a very popular dog walking spot and when conditions are appropriate, cross-country skiing. This is a slide that will go through the floodplains on and around the property. So a floodplain in general is an area that's expected to be flooded for a given flood event. And what's shown here in the dark blue is the 100-year floodplain. And so that means that in a given year, there's a 1% chance of a flood occurrence. And this is the base or regulatory floodplain for FEMA. And I'll go back and forth a little bit here so you can kind of see this, but the 500-year floodplain, as you'll see, kind of goes over the open space zone. And that's a 1 in 500 chance of occurring in any given year, or a fifth of the risk compared to the 100-year floodplain. And then in the salmon color is the high hazard zone, which is regulatory to the city of Boulder and indicates the greatest risk to life safety. And it's defined as 4 feet or deeper, or a combination of depth or rate that could speed a person off of their feet. So the reason I'm showing this is 1, existing conditions, but 2, also to just point out that the development zone, as it's defined in the agreement and as public in the comprehensive plan, is outside the existing floodplains. This is just a few snapshots of some of the other constraints on the site. The city commissioned a study, a conservation suitability analysis several years ago that looked at various constraints and developed this map that showed darker colors being more sensitive to development and disturbance. And this really informed the land use designations and where the open space zone was ultimately chosen. There are several steep slopes on the site, and there's a term around avoidance of steep slopes, particularly in the southwest and the northwest portion. And then there are wetlands throughout the site as well. So to walk through the draft agreement, I guess at a higher level, the university is not subject to the city's zoning regulations like other property owners for university-related development. And so if it's not in the agreement, then there's no legal responsibility for the university to comply with any of those regulations. And so it was with that in mind that we created a guiding principles. And then this agreement is in some ways kind of a standalone, almost a land use code, where you have your use definitions, your zones, what's allowed in each zone, and so on. And so we'll go through the sections briefly through this presentation. There's a number of exhibits that we'll go over as well. A couple of them, just to point out, that aren't directly included in the presentation is Exhibit D, and these are design goals. This is a direct result of the input we got from planning board and council around more specificity around some of those concepts and the guiding principles of village style development and so on. And so this is the precursor really to design guidelines that the university will develop for the property. Exhibits E through G include carbon copies of existing city regulations that the universities agree to comply with. A timeline is an administrative kind of tool for us to just at a high level see what happens when. And then Exhibit I is a map showing where the parks and rec uses will take place. So the first section is definitions. Won't spend a lot of time there. These were provided for clarity of terms. If there's a term capitalized, it likely has a definition, and there's general and use definitions as well. Section 2 is general standards, and those are standards that impact the entire property. And so as you're seeing these sections, they're pretty much aligned with what you saw in the briefing book several months ago. But public access, to just go over a few of the high points, public access will remain on the site consistent with university access and use policies. No habitable structures, residential, academic facilities, and so on will be located in the 500-year floodplain. In response to neighborhood requests during some community meetings, we developed enhanced or lengthened building and structure setback for the northwestern boundary of 30 feet for attached dwelling units and duplexes, and 50 feet for non-residential uses. Certain city regulations, as I mentioned, wetland, lighting, and noise will apply. And then as with other property owners, the university is responsible for paying all applicable plant investment fees. This is one of the things that's been a little challenging to explain. So hopefully this map will help. The university has offered to dedicate 80 acres to the city of Boulder for either flood mitigation and open space. So what's not needed for flood mitigation will be used as open space. And so our previous estimates estimated that we would need 36 acres for the flood mitigation project here. And that land would be dedicated to the city with as part of the annexation. This hatched area here, then, it would be the balance of that 80 acres. So if that's 44 acres, that would also be dedicated to the city. If the land needed for flood mitigation turns out to be less than 36 acres, then this area here would be would grow. What's left in the open space zone, because it's the city's intent for the entire 119 acres of the open space zone to come to the city as open space, that remaining portion of the land would be purchased. And so the agreement does provide a path for that land to come to the city, which combined would be 155 acres of the property, not including the 2 acres or a long-term lease for a public safety facility. The agreement also details zones of consideration. So we have another intergovernmental agreement with NIST for its development, and we used a similar approach there. The zones of consideration is really the land use designations in the comprehensive plan. And it details, we're going to go through the different zones quickly. The development zone does include allowed uses, and those are listed here. And the guiding principles discuss that housing will be the predominant use, and a significant amount of housing will be built before any non-residential units. So the significant amount of housing first is defined in the agreement as 150 units. And housing will be the predominant use is defined by a ratio, and that's 2 square feet of residential for every 1 square foot of non-residential. And so at any given time, we would expect that the agreement would provide a path for residential always outweighing non-residential. The non-residential also is the cumulative amount of it is capped at 750,000 square feet. Again, these are the allowed uses when describing and defining and listing these. Our intent was to describe a university campus with housing for faculty, staff, and students. The agreement also does provide a commitment by the university to provide 5 acres to an affordable housing developer for deed restricted affordable housing. The guiding principles also discuss that no large research complex would be built like those on the East Campus. Our attempt at translating that is here in this definition. It was pointed out earlier that the prohibited use listing in the agreement said academic building when it should say non-residential building. And so thanks for pointing that out. and that'll be corrected. But this building, ultimately the key metric here is no building would be larger, no single building would be larger than 175,000 square feet. And so for context, the building shown here, the biotech building, is at 417,000 square feet. The guiding principles also talk about no large scale sports venue like a football stadium. And so we defined it here with this definition of the key metric being fixed seating in excess of 3,000 people. And for context, this was discussed at the last and requested by the planning board members. That's roughly somewhere in the middle between Fairview High School and Boulder High School. Relating to building height, the guiding principles discuss that building height will maintain a general consistency with the city's height limits and transition gently to the west. And so the agreement does detail that no building will be taller than 55 feet as prescribed in the city's charter, and it'll be further limited as the elevation increases to the west through this building height ceiling concept. Not a concept anymore, it's in the agreement. So the elevation to that is through a surveyed report of, and generally is at the roof line of a 2-story building along Chambers Drive. And so in practice, it would allow for taller buildings, 4 to 5 stories in the lower parts of the site, but those would decrease as the elevation increases to the west. And so it's basically a horizontal plane that'll go across the property to ensure those building heights transition gently. Another guiding principle was that development will be contextually appropriate to neighboring properties. We address that specifically here through this use transition zone. And in this case, development will be scaled down to residential uses only and recreational uses like neighborhood parks and clubhouses. And this is also the area where the height ceiling will come into full force, really. The boundary of this is the steep slope line that you saw in an earlier map. The flood control zone, it's 60 acres of the property. It's the area designated as Park Urban Other in the comp plan. And the primary driver of this overall effort is the protection of life and property through the city's flood mitigation project shown here. So that's the primary use in the flood control zone. Additionally, in areas that are suitable, shown in the exhibit, the university will be permitted to construct parks and recreational uses. And while it doesn't know the exact types of uses it will construct, like there are the limits that were described earlier in terms of a large sporting venue. Additionally, there's a provision that requires the city to review and approve any of those recreational facilities to make sure it doesn't interfere with the flood mitigation project. The open space zone consists of 119 acres of land. It's designated open space other in the comprehensive plan. The agreement provides a path for the city owning these 119 acres of land through either dedication or acquisition. This area here is referred to in the guiding principles as the area outside the levee, and the levee is generally in this area shown in red. But the city plans to remove the levee at its expense to reconnect the natural floodplain and provide environmental connectivity to the adjacent city open space. Water rights from Dry Creek Ditch number 2 will also be conveyed to the city in exchange for city irrigation, plant investment fees, and water supply. And that was a critical piece in the negotiations in order for this land to be preserved and restored as part of a comprehensive mitigation plan that the city will develop. The agreement does allow for the university to purchase credits from the city if needed, to offset impacts from its future development as well as part of this comprehensive mitigation plan. Again, light and noise is addressed through city standards, and any trail connections will happen at the city's discretion and follow our normal process. We were very fortunate to have a recommendation from our Open Space Board of Trustees to guide the negotiations. And I won't go through all of these. There was a table in the memo. The only part I will point out is that there was, I think we've gotten kind of checked off the list a lot of the things like the replacement property and so on. There was a lot of board concern around light and noise, particularly nighttime lighting and amplified sound. The agreement requires compliance with city noise and lighting, but it doesn't go more stringent than existing city standards. So it does allow nighttime lighting. When thinking through at least the presentation for this section, we thought that 3 kind of general buckets would be applicable for transportation. That would be establishing access, limiting trips, and developing strategies to manage future mobility. So the nuts and bolts of establishing access, there'll be the agreement proposes 2 primary access points, one from the existing South Loop Drive and one from State Highway 93. South Loop Drive, when reconstructed by the university, must be a complete street with a multi-use path and buffered bike lane. Secondary access would be taken from Tantra Drive. This would be a controlled access limited to emergency maintenance and transit, and the university would prioritize electric buses. The university is responsible for gaining access, right-of-way, CDOT permitting, and so on. And I will say that there has been some concerns from community members around some of the safety issues around Colorado 93, as well as in referral comments from Boulder County. The university, per the agreement, is ultimately responsible for all of the permits and all of the right-of-way acquisition and so on. And there is something that we'll just refer to in this slide as a trip cap forfeiture that we'll discuss in just a minute. And so there's another component of that that plays into the university's responsibility for access. The university's also agreed to construct a 12-foot wide multi-use path along the western part of the property. And there's a term around entering into an agreement for a cost sharing, 50-50 cost share arrangement for a new multi-use path under Table Mesa connecting RTD Park and Ride to Thunderbird Drive. So to the transportation limits and specifically the trip cap program, the trip cap will limit daily automobile trips to and from the property at the amounts shown here. Those amounts were derived from a transportation study submitted by the university. And the university will be responsible for annually monitoring and submitting specific data to the city showing that they're in compliance with this agreement. There are 12 special event days detailed where there might be spikes due to a special event on the property. And so the agreement details how that works. And then what happens if they are over the cap? So the university will have a period of time to identify and communicate strategies to the city for lowering the trips. And then there'll be a cure period of 180 days, and that's to implement the strategy. So it's hiring bus drivers, getting another bus, or doing whatever it needs to do to come into compliance with the agreement. Following that, it'll be quarterly reports. And if we go 4 quarterly reports, then there's a specific amount of funding per trip that would have to be generated into the property, reinvested into its TDM programs until those trips come into compliance. And so when I mentioned the trip cap forfeiture earlier, it's kind of an odd term that doesn't exist anywhere. But if the university does not gain access, so if there were issues with gaining access to 93, for example, those 750 trips would be forfeited. They aren't fungible or transferable to South Loop Drive, for example. And so just wanted to point that out in terms of a component of the agreement. Another component of this is controlling some of the transportation by maximum amount of parking based on 1 unit per attached dwelling unit, and then 600 square feet of non-residential space. We have the universities agree to comply with their bicycle parking requirements, and paid parking will be set at market rates and shared among different uses, just like at the other campuses. The university is responsible for constructing a multimodal mobility hub, and there are some baseline strategies, transportation demand strategies identified in the agreement, like a micro-mobility program, memberships, a carpool, van pool subsidy program, and parking management. A few points on the final sections is that annexation is contingent on the flood mitigation project. And this is really the city's way to mitigate risk, since that's the primary driver of the annexation. So there's a 3-year anniversary with an optional, 2 optional 1-year extensions, where the city has to gain permits for the flood mitigation project. If we don't gain the necessary permits, then we may initiate what we could call it a disconnection process per the state statutes, which in other words, a de-annex the property and reverse the decision. The city will also have an opportunity to review and comment on future plans. The agreement will remain in effect if the land is sold, so it runs with the land, and the city does retain zoning powers if portion or the whole property is sold to a third party. And the city will have an opportunity to match any third party offer for purchasing the property through a right of first refusal. So while this isn't new information, cost was discussed quite a lot at the last planning board meeting. And so just to put a finer point on some of these particular points is that, again, the university is responsible for all applicable plant investment fees for construction of all site access improvements. So that's interchange improvements both at 36 and 93, a multimodal hub, offsite improvements, and the cost sharing for the underpass, as well as our construction use tax. And another part of this is that we heard a lot of concern around a couple of points for the flood mitigation project cost, specifically the fill material and addressing impacts to the CU South property. So city staff developed an alternative fill layout, and this layout reduced the volume of fill and associated cost from $10 million to $3 million. And that alternative is shown here with the fill kind of in that yellowish color. That alternative layout does utilize a roadway embankment for South Loop Drive, and it goes between the boundary of that public and park urban other area, or the development zone and flood control zone. Additionally, around those impacts shown on the second line there, the city does compensate property owners to mitigate property and impacts to property and structures as a result of our projects. And city staff originally estimated that it would need to reimburse $5 million for tennis courts and $5 million for the warehouse building for demolition of that. And those replacement costs were negotiated to zero in cash as part of an overall effort in the negotiations to ensure that new development pays its way, consistent with some of our longstanding growth policies. The key issues identified in the staff report include consistency with the comprehensive plan, state statutes, and whether or not initial zoning of public is appropriate for the land proposed to be annexed. Since we are going to dive deep into these next week, we'll just kind of go over them briefly. Is that staff on balance, staff finds that on balance, the proposed annexation is consistent with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Translating the CU South guiding principles was a central part of the negotiation. And again, there is a table kind of explaining that in the memo. This property does represent significant development potential, and as such, our annexation policy does say that significant community benefits need to be provided. And through our analysis, staff finds that the proposed annexation is consistent with state statutes and city policies around growth. Some of those community benefits proposed include the items listed here, and you'll hear more about that in the applicant presentation as well. Additionally, the city will be able to serve the property if annexed, and that city staff relating to policies 110 and 117, staff does find that the proposed annexation represents significant development potential and provides significant community benefits. The key issue of zoning, we did also find that the initial zoning of public is appropriate for the land to be annexed. Zoning of annexed land needs to be consistent with our comprehensive plan. And for CU South, the goals of the comprehensive plan that are most clearly articulated are the CU South guiding principles. And so to go through the land use designations quickly, the public designation is consistent easily with the public zoning district, as with other campus locations. The park urban other area, known as the flood control zone, is also consistent, we found, because the agreement does allow for flood control and recreational purposes, and those are both mentioned as primary uses in the land use definition. Then lastly, the open space other, there is no complementary zoning district for the open space other land use category, but we did find that public zoning is appropriate in this case because the terms of the annexation agreement control the future uses in a way that's consistent with the open space other definition. That concludes the staff presentation. The staff recommendation included here is also in the memo.
Great. Thank you so much, Phil, for that presentation. I also want to acknowledge that, thank you, Jacob, for introducing as well. I want to acknowledge we have a number of other folks from the city of Boulder here. We've got Brandon, Charles Farrow, of course, Joe, Derek, Garrett, gosh, we have Kurt, and Dan Burke. So we've got quite a group of people here, and now's the time we'll be opening it up for questions to staff from the board. Limiting ourselves to 30 minutes. That will take us to just a little after 7:30 after I get done saying a few words. I think we could probably go and take a break at 7:30 or a little bit after. I took our first break, if that's okay with people. Let's see. Well, I think that I put this in an email, but if we could try to limit our questions to those related to clarification, avoiding ones that are just out of curiosity or an opportunity to project an opinion, that will help us really get the most out of the clarifications for the purposes of the public for today's public hearing, and prioritize the questions that the public would want to hear. So Crystal took some time to send a email out with some questions in it, and she was kind enough to let me use one of those questions, an example of one that we might want to move to next week if we wanted to talk further about, and that is the terminology of workforce housing, which is getting a lot of attention lately. It would be a really interesting discussion to have, but if we tried to do it tonight, I'm afraid it would take up a lot of time. You'll note that Phil did reply in email that workforce housing does not appear in our code. But I think that there might be an interesting further discussion if we want to take time on that next week. But that's it. I just wanted to use that as an example since Crystal was kind enough to let me use that. She also had some that definitely would be very much things that we would like to talk about for the purposes of this Q&A period. And I'd also like to say that, just on a personal, I'm really impressed with the amount of work over the years I've been on. This has been worked on ever since I've been on planning board. And it's an honor to have Brian and Crystal with us because they were really here from the very beginning of the updates, the 2015 Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and we're very key to authoring the guiding principles. So we have some real experts here among us that can help us with this deliberation. And as a result, I'm gonna, I'll probably take an approach of kind of deferring to my colleagues here to ask a lot of the questions. And I may have a couple tonight, but I really want to hear what all your questions are. So with that, we are at 3 after the hour, and so we'll go for 30 minutes. So I see that the raise hand function does work for us. So go ahead and either use that or wave at me, and I'll just try to keep track of the order. If you do use the raise hand function, it really gives me a very clear order of when you wanted to ask your question. So I think the first hand that I saw go up was Georgie.
Thanks for the presentation. One of the things I didn't see in the presentation that I wanted clarified was around what may happen in the event that the university chooses to try to sell some of this land. And I understand in the agreement that there is some kind of right of first refusal. Can you give us clarity on what that right of first refusal does or what it doesn't do as it relates to that?
Yes, and this is an excellent question for our city attorney, Erin Poe.
To start with, these rights, we are still wordsmithing the language on. So I'll talk about what's currently in the draft, but please realize that these are still subject to negotiation, and we expect there to be changes as we receive feedback. But where we have landed as of now, I guess, is that the city has a right of first refusal for the land that CU will have as its remaining land interest. So if CU was going to sell all of it or part of it, the city would be able to match an offer or make an offer, say if it was listed and there was a price associated with it. we're still working out, what timeline that would look like, but that's the general idea. So that we could match an offer, or we could match a listing price. If the city didn't take advantage of those, there are limitations as to what CU would do next, and there's a 95% that they would be, not able to sell below without the city being able to come back and match that lower price. But we are still working on a lot of that language.
And just following on the same line, I'll let someone else ask or just want to clarify. So does that go on for perpetuity?
Yes.
It does. Okay.
And the edits Aaron was discussing too is just with the eye of making sure that in practice, it's the timelines are reasonable for the city to be able to fulfill this, and that we'd be able to exercise this in a way that makes sense for the city.
Okay. That's helpful. And then around that, my understanding as it relates to that the land will be designated as public. So is that the only way it can be sold?
Yes, the zoning will remain as public, but if certain things like the allowed and prohibited uses, the phasing of residential to non-residential that are in the agreement, that still runs with the land. So even if they parcel off some of the land, it'll have public zoning, but there'll still be further restrictions through the annexation agreement.
I guess just for clarity of public zoning, and then I'll let someone else speak around public zoning. So if it was sold, my understanding of public zoning is that it's related to government use and like state use and education and those things. So could a private developer then purchase the land with public zoning?
It allows for more than that, yes. Traditionally, that is what it's primarily probably set up for, but things like 311 Mapleton congregate care living facilities are allowed in the public zoning district, but in this case, we don't allow that as an allowed use on the property. And so that is where another part where the agreement would override.
So what would be an example of a private development on public zoning that would be permitted here?
Well, I guess it would be any of those allowed uses, residential uses, academic facilities, government facilities. And so it would primarily, I suppose, be housing. Though we've set this up to really be applicable to a public university as CU. So we didn't set it up really to make a lot of sense for a private property owner to come in given the entitlements.
Okay, thank you.
If it was another university, a private university maybe, but.
Sarah?
Thanks. So I'm going to follow up on George's questions. Because I'm trying to understand why, first, in this annexation agreement, these separate parcels remain separate parcels. They remain, you're not going to eliminate lot lines and create one single parcel. Is that correct?
Yep, the annexation map does include those parcels. Yeah.
So, I'm just trying to understand. So the individual parcels could conceivably be sold, but what would convey with that, with the selling off of a particular parcel, would be the broad allowances in the agreement, but not the kind of specificity of what would go on that parcel. So is there some tool that the city has or that is in the annexation agreement that would I guess, I'm not really sure how to say this, ensure that, again, this is a hypothetical, if each of these parcels was sold off separately, that each new owner didn't just say, well, I'm going to build I'm going to build the allowed office, I'm going to build office space because, it's not called academic buildings, you called it
Non-residential, large, yeah.
Yeah. How do you prevent each potential private buyer from deciding that they're going to build the office building that's allowed on, because that's what comes broadly with the annexation agreement?
Right now, so the right of first refusal and the sale of land provision, where our zoning powers come into play if sold, those were, there was no indication from the university that it planned to sell the land, but there were defensive measures that the city put into the agreement for defensive purposes and contingencies. Right now, if it's sold, if it's allowed in the agreement and the public zoning district, then it would be permitted. And so that is something that the planning board, though, could give input on, of if it's sold, are those things, and it's a private property owner, are those the things that are still desirable in terms of the community benefits of the application? So things like affordable housing and other things that may come to mind. And about the lot lines, the property will look different in the next 3 to 5 years if the land conveyances take place as part through that 3-year anniversary. And so there'll be land conveyed to the city on the northern part for the flood mitigation project, as well as that open space zone. And so it's at that point where the lot lines would probably be amended it would be amended because the transfers would take place.
I just want to follow up on what Phil said, because I'm not sure I'm understanding, if that's okay.
Yeah.
If a parcel was sold, the new owner could build any of the uses allowed in the annexation agreement. What role would the city have to direct what it is we want, what it is that we need versus what a developer or an applicant might want to build? What tools will a future planning board have, or the city staff have?
It would be the review processes in Title IX.
But
Okay,
don't,
yeah. Did you want to?
well, no, we'll talk about it next week.
Okay, great. Okay, John?
Yeah, thank you. To continue along the general topic of the relationship between the city and CU on this land, if I understand correctly, the intention, if this moves ahead, would be for the city to purchase the land ultimately designated for open space from CU. But it's unclear to me what sort of compensation CU would expect for that. Can you, related to that is the assessment of the dry ditch number 2 water rights. I can't resist poking at that, being a water engineer myself. Can you describe how that was valued and how the price for the land, which will eventually be purchased by the city, is being addressed?
Sure, and I'll defer to Joe on the call for the second part around water rights, but around the valuation of the open space land, the agreement sets a price of $37,500 per acre. That was arrived through appraisal at the city and an appraisal at the university, and we negotiated a price in the middle because they were divergent. And Joe, if you want to chime in on the water rights, that would be, and please let me know if you need more further information on that piece too, John.
Hey, Joe.
Hey there. Thanks for the question, John. And just to introduce myself, I'm Joe Tadiucci. I'm the Director of Utilities for the city. And as everyone knows, probably the annexation and the flood mitigation project are connected, and our utilities department is responsible for the flood mitigation design. So the question about the 30.2 shares of the Dry Creek ditch, the way we valued those, and if you put yourself in the in the shoes of the university, they have that asset. They have the water that they could irrigate their property with in the future. And just the nominal price of the annual assessments for the ditch shares. If they were to give that to us or just sell it to us, what they were looking for was the replacement value of that water. And so they would, if it was another developer that was coming in to get that same amount of water, they would have to pay a plant investment fee for the irrigation water, and then they would have an amount of water that they would pay the water rates on. So we looked at the engineering reports and the amounts, and that's how we came up with the quantity of water and the concept of crediting them. We would still assess all the plant investment fees, but for that portion that they have the ditch shares, we would credit them the value of that plant investment fee.
So you have an engineering report that determines the quantity of water associated with those shares of Dry Creek, and but there wasn't any attempt to put a financial value on them.
We had some discussion, not in the sense of the plant investment fees in terms of coming up with a specific number. Those are usually assessed and calculated at the time of development. It could be a few $1 million when we get to that point. And the university will also have to pay a plant investment fee for municipal water, for the water utility, and for wastewater utility, and stormwater and flood assessment. And so what we were looking at to make this arrangement was, did we have enough value in our plant investment fees and specifically the irrigation water plant investment fee to trade that to get the water for the open space? Because without that water, the open space acreage, we wouldn't be able to irrigate it and restore the wetlands, and so it has no value. So we really tried to look at it from the perspective of the replacement cost of the water for the university and trading like value for like value.
I see. So there has not been any attempt to place an economic value on that water. You've merely looked at its actual use and tried to credit the university with something that would provide an equivalent actual use.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, Crystal, I think you were next. Oops, you need to unmute still. Oh, yeah.
Since Paul Cullen and Jim Morris started out at public open comment, challenging us to include climate change and global warming in all our discussions, I want to start there with my question. So Exhibit D is to the agreement, is conceptual design and development goals, and then it goes into sustainability, and it has a lot of goals for, you know, doing some really good things with minimizing energy use, supporting on-site renewable energy. But my question is, was there discussion about having this be a net zero community to contribute to the city's climate goals of greenhouse gas reduction? And were there any discussions about a microgrid or some kind of a neighborhood grid that goes beyond these conceptual goals? And in the agreement, did you ever discuss any metrics for how to actually have the project be accountable and to be measurable? And, you know, CU does wonderful things with their Center for Sustainable and Livable Communities, and with their chemical engineering department in development of batteries. So that's what my question's based on. Did you discuss that as part of this agreement?
Not to my recollection, did we discuss net zero and a microgrid concept? And so I might ask if the university would like to address that too when we get to that point. We did include the provisions around LEED certification in those design goals, which is something that's
I saw that.
otherwise required. And then the compliance with the agreement is that we are going to be seeing their development plans. They will be submitted to the city for review for a compliance check. And there's also baked into that discretionary comments. And so if there's other things that we are interested in the future to further our policy goals, then we can put that into our review comments, and they'll have to respond in writing, at least describing why they would not be able to do something if they can't accommodate it. But no, I don't believe net zero or microgrid came into the discussion.
And then are our building codes more stringent than the codes that are listed here? You don't have to answer it right now. And I know Brian is an expert probably on this, but it's something I'd like to hear about more later. And then just one question on affordable housing, non-permanently affordable housing. So usually when we're negotiating annexations, the city tries to aim for 50% permanently affordable. And in looking at the calculations, it looks like there'll be 10% deed restricted, which is permanently affordable through that 5 acres. And I know that there's some other community benefit, but did you bring up with the university to have a higher percentage of permanently affordable housing on site?
Yeah, the conversation flowed from a primary community benefit being land dedication for the flood mitigation project. And it was later in the process that the city did bring up the topic of affordable housing, and we put it onto the university to propose something because it's not really something they're used to doing and have an established program for. And so that was something that was negotiated within the last few weeks. And so it was something that we saw as a good step in the right direction. But I would let them describe whether or not increasing that is acceptable. But otherwise, the primary community benefit has been seen as land dedication.
Thank you. I've got other questions, but I'll wait till Thursday.
I can earmark the
next
building
Thursday.
code. Yeah, we can ask our building official about the code question too.
Okay. Well, thank you, Crystal. Any other board members want to ask a question before we start doing second rounds? I'll just very quickly ask. The Underpass to Thunderbird is very interesting, and it's something new that we're seeing. To get to the other side of 36, where you can put your bike on a bus to go to Denver or something, I think you still kind of have to go around almost to Moorhead and back on 36. I wonder if there's anything in there. I was trying to look at the transportation master plan and see if there's anything there, but it'd be kind of cool to extend underpass coverage eventually someday in a master plan all the way to that side of 36. I wonder if that had been looked at, because otherwise you kind of have to hoist your bike over that bridge or go around. I mean, if anybody.
Yeah, and I have Garrett Slater on the line. We did receive some funding for some improvements to that intersection that was ultimately used for a different project, and I'll just let Garrett maybe chime in on that.
Thanks, Garrett.
Yeah, so the transportation master plan does call for some multimodal enhancements across the bridge over 36 on Table Mesa / South Boulder Road. And we had been in the early stages of advancing a multi-use path that would provide enhanced mobility between the park and ride and the 36 on-ramp transit stop. But a reprioritization happened, and we're now appropriating those funds towards the 30th Street separated bike lanes project. But that is still a project that resides in the transportation master plan for future implementation.
Awesome, thank you. All right, well, I think that we'll go to John next. And then we'll be on Crystal.
Okay, so I was wondering if you could clarify the situation with the transport, the traffic limits and so on from the study, which, if I understand correctly, was based on the non-residential office space of 500,000 square feet. But now, as a result of recent discussions, that number has changed, but I don't understand that the traffic study has changed correspondingly. Can you address that?
Absolutely. So those two numbers were used, I guess, kind of for different things. The lower number, 500,000, was used in a traffic analysis, and that analysis was provided in a study by the university. It looked at a land use scenario of 1,100 residential units and 500,000 square feet of non-residential to generate an estimated number of trips. And those trips were what made it into the trip cap numbers. We brought that to planning board, to council, in the spring. And one of the things we heard at that time was we should consider capping development overall. And so we brought up, following the meetings with planning board and council, that we needed to discuss a cumulative cap of non-residential development. And so it was through that process that we identified and negotiated the cap of 750,000 square feet. And so what that does is the transportation limits the site to a land use scenario that includes that lower number, but the cumulative cap is at slightly higher at 750,000. So if we increase the number in the transportation study, that it would increase the number of trips and probably give a good reason for the university to request a higher trip cap number. And so right now we're limiting the site from a transportation perspective relative to what's allowed. Does that kind of make sense? Nope.
So, well, I understand what you said, but I'm trying to follow the logic of it. And maybe I have to chew on it a little bit more, but if I understand correctly, you're maintaining the lower cap despite an increased building area.
Yep. So if in the future, through the residential to non-residential ratio and all of those things, if the university was at a max of amount of non-residential space of 500,000 square feet, but they had a great transportation demand management program and their trips were really low, that would allow them the opportunity to still construct more non-residential space, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It's still capped at a lower number from a transportation standpoint. So that's what we were most concerned with.
Thank you.
Great. And Peter and Brian, just let me know if you need to squeeze anything in, because we're probably going to run out of time in the next couple of questions. Otherwise, I'll go to Georgie and then Sarah.
No, that's great. Most of my questions are being answered by the board. Or asked and answered. I appreciate this.
Great. Okay. Well, let's go to you, Georgie, first. I think you're muted. Sorry. You're still muted.
Sorry. I was going to ask a similar question to John's, but since you already asked that one, I want to understand. The trip cap is something that's really hard for me to get my head around how the enforcement mechanisms and what it means. So maybe broadly, you can talk about that just to inform us a little bit better.
Sure, and it's not something that we've really done here. It's done a lot. We interviewed places that have enacted a trip cap program in places like California, and there's different varying approaches to how to actually do it. But if this was a traditional development proposal, it would have a set number of units with a traffic study, and we know what the impacts would be. In this case, we don't have a site plan, and we don't know what that development is. And so what we're doing then is just putting bookends about what the impacts can be to and from the site. And so the university, they'll be responsible for contracting out likely annual monitoring of trips to and from the site, and reporting back to ensure compliance to the city. The big question was for us that we needed to tackle was enforcement. And so we didn't necessarily, from a philosophical standpoint, want to exact funds from the university to construct more lanes, for example, or increase the capacity. We wanted instead, if there were funds that were required from a violation to be reinvested into the transportation program to address the root cause of the transportation issues. And so in this case, we do have a specific amount of funding that has to be reinvested once they are allowed the opportunity to go through the motions of identifying strategies and trying and implementing them. And so we give the university an opportunity to try something new, but if all else fails, then more funding needs to be put into the program, and that's specified, the amounts in the agreement.
And one question to follow along John's, because I'm starting to understand it a little better. So if the site has not been built out completely yet, and the trip cap is exceeded, does that stop further development until that's put back in check?
Yeah, it stops further phases of development.
Okay.
And even if, so there's like two things we're still discussing around transportation that you saw highlighted in the agreement. One of those things is when to start the trip cap program. And we're in general agreement that it doesn't need to start at unit 1. It needs to start as you're approaching like 40% or something. And so we're adding that to the agreement too, because we we want to be efficient with our time.
Thanks.
Great. And Sarah, and then I think after that, we may be ready for a break.
Thank you. So I actually have a question. I'm trying to understand the de-annexation discussion. And instead of trying to like walk you through my normal, like, what about this, could you just perhaps go over again what that would look like? I mean, I understand that if we can't get the permits for the flood mitigation, then the annexation, the way it's written in the agreement is we would request the city to separate. We would separate. But I'm curious, like, is that a hard verb? Is that a soft verb? What would it actually look like? And just a little bit more information.
Sure, and Aaron could also chime in if needed too. But the may request was something that was language that was specifically used because a future council. So what would happen is we have, I guess, to take a step back, we have specific permits that are included in the annexation agreement that the city is responsible for obtaining to move the project ahead. If we don't get those, and it's section 36B, then if we don't receive such approvals and don't have the land upon to construct the project by that 3-year anniversary or those 3 to 5 years with those 2 extensions, then we may request that disconnection. The may request was put in there specifically because a future city council, even without the flood project, may, from a policy standpoint, determine that it doesn't want to do that. But the may was not intended to be an optional response from the university. It was intended to allow the city the latitude to decide whether or not that was the right thing to do at that time. But I do hear you that if that language is confusing, our attorneys could probably strengthen that within X number of days, the university will submit an application for disconnection.
Okay, that's very helpful. You know, I don't want to speak for the 72 people hoping to speak, but I would think that the opportunity for a future city council to go, you know what, we couldn't get the flood mitigation stuff, but we're going to go ahead and let all that development happen, probably not be a popular decision. So just, I'll leave it at that.
Great. And there's an example of between now and next week, if we have some additional recommendations that we'd like to tell council, I think it would be reasonable to, think about something that might be more interesting wording for that. So great. Well, we really are at exactly 30 minutes after we started that question answer. I think that was a really good set of questions, and we'll have an opportunity to ask away as we go through our deliberation next week. So let's go ahead and take a break for, let's see, let's go to 38. Well, let's go to I'm sorry, 45 after the hour. We'll give ourselves a 10-minute break and grab something to drink or whatever. And then we'll come back and hear from our applicant.
Thanks, David. Thanks for keeping us on track too, David. Awesome job.
Thanks. That looks delicious.
On my ice cream bar.
Yes.
I squeezed in dinner, but this is dessert.
Looks like a Dove bar or a Haagen-Dazs bar. All right, I see people are coming back together here. We've got, oh, it's 45 after, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got Brian. And let's see, do I see Crystal's?
David,
Did Crystal drop?
I just got a text from her. She said that her Comcast Wi-Fi just quit. She's trying to get back on.
Should we text her the phone number just in case? Because I had to call in a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I will do that right now.
As a backup.
Yes.
If worse comes to worse, she can come over here. We're only a couple blocks away from each other.
Well, there you go. Yeah, when I called in from Wisconsin, it turned out that the problem was that I was using Sidebar so that I could display things on both my iPad and my laptop. And I found out later that was the cause of all the trouble. If I had known that, it wasn't the Wi-Fi. But anyway, the audio only wasn't really ridiculously horrible. At least, well, of course, the display was working though. I could watch the presentations. That's the difference. If she can't see presentations, that's a little bit.
When you call in, do you need that webinar and passcode? Because I've never done that before.
You need the passcode, I believe.
Okay.
I remember having to type in the passcode. Thanks, Cindy, for doing that.
She's back in.
Yay.
While we're at it, I'm going to make one of my usual dumb observations, which is that some of you who are newer to planning board actually have the real potential of sitting on both the annexation and the de-annexation of CU South.
Should that eventuality occur. Welcome back, Crystal. Sorry you had a little
I
issue.
just like Comcast.
Uh-oh.
I'll leave it at that.
That's on the public record. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much that went really well, keeping us to 30 minutes. And of course, we all have the security of knowing we'll be able to ask Q&A again next week. So with that, we are going to hear now from our applicants from CU. I think we have Derek Silver here, or Silva, I'm sorry, who's, I apologize if I get titles wrong. I took the latest one from CU, but Derek is Assistant Vice Chancellor of Business Strategy, I believe, and Abby Benson, who is Associate Vice Chancellor, Chief of Staff at CU. So with that, I'll turn it over to you to present. And I guess hopefully you share privileges.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yes, Derek Silva, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Business Strategy, and I'm very happy to be here presenting on this very important decision tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And is that visible to everyone?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Derek. I'm Abby Benson, Associate Vice Chancellor for Strategic Resources and Support at CU Boulder. Thanks so much for having us here today. Derek and I are gonna tag team this. So Derek, do you want to go ahead and get us to our next slide?
You bet.
Thank you. So I'm very excited to be here today, as Derek mentioned, to talk about this important application and initiative. We are really excited about the agreement that was released by CU Boulder and the city last week.
We want to thank the planning board for the opportunity to be here today and talk about the agreement, and also the former members of planning board who are here tonight for consideration of CU Boulder South. And also want to say big thanks to Phil Kleisler for walking us through the key terms of the agreement. This agreement is a result of years of collaboration between the city, county, university, and community to achieve vital flood protection for the 2,300 downstream residents and 1,100 homes that remain at risk of flooding 8 years after the catastrophic 2013 floods. We also have a rare opportunity with the site to make a sizable impact on the housing pressures in Boulder, something we hear often about from our CU Boulder community and the broader Boulder community. The values driving this agreement, life safety and housing, preservation of open space, and a number of others that I'll touch on later, are values that the university shares with the community and the city. That's why we are so pleased that this draft solidifies those values with a series of binding commitments. The annexation agreement also helps achieve our mutual goals of sustainability and resiliency, two values that CU and the city embed in every project that we embark upon. This has been a long process, not without challenges, but we are grateful for the public engagement and hard work of our CU Boulder team and city staff and council members that have helped get us to where we are today. Now I'm going to turn it over to Derek for a high-level summary of key annexation points.
Thanks, Abby. So, what is annexation? And I'm sure you all know, it's the process by which a city adds land area to its property boundaries. The annexation agreement that we are negotiating that was released last week will result in a binding agreement that builds off of the guiding principles that are outlined in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan updated in 2015. Annexation triggers the dedication of 80 acres from the university to the city for the uses of flood space, for flood mitigation and open space, and enables university development, primarily housing for our faculty, staff, and non-freshman students. And Abby, this one's yours.
Yeah, so I spoke at the beginning about shared values that we believe are embedded in this agreement. I will start out by saying that CU's history with the city of Boulder is 145 years long and counting. We are invested in this community and we want to make it a better place to live, study, and work. As I mentioned previously, the shared values start with life safety and attainable housing for our faculty, staff, and non-first year students. This agreement further illustrates our commitment to overall community good by dedicating 5 acres of the site to the development of permanently affordable housing open to all who qualify, not just university affiliates. There's been some confusion about the numbers on the acreage, but the bottom line is the agreement will result in 155 acres, just over half of the 308 acres of the site being transferred to the city, with 119 of those acres preserved as open space. The remaining 36 acres will be used for flood mitigation. The agreement also ensures that any wetlands impacted by CU's development will be jointly mitigated with the city of Boulder. Next slide, please. Through the agreement, the university will adhere to the city's 55-foot height limit and protect view sheds on the site. Increased housing stock will help us minimize CO2 emissions by reducing in-commuting and helping our workforce live closer to where they work. This will be in conjunction with a multimodal mobility hub, as well as performance-based transportation plans and trip caps on future traffic. We are committed to providing continued public access to the site, which we know is incredibly important to the community and has been a priority in our conversations with the city. And again, this process has involved dozens of public engagement sessions and feedback over the past 6 years that have really helped shape the agreement. Now I'll turn it over to Derek to talk a little bit about our process of future development.
Yeah, first I want to hit on the Board of Regents approval process, because much like the city, we have our own governing board, which will make the ultimate decision on the annexation agreement, specifically the disposition of real property. So the Board of Regents is the governing body for the University of Colorado, and any dispositions of real property assets, which include both land and water rights, must be approved by a vote of the Board of Regents. The anticipated timeline shown here begins with consideration by the Board of Regents Finance Committee at the end of July, so that's within the next week or so. Full board consideration would occur on August 13th, and any substantive changes that remain after council's second reading in September would require a special meeting, which is to be determined. And as we look to the future, as noted before, the annexation agreement is binding. The city will maintain compliance review and comment periods for all phases of development, none of which will occur until after the flood protections have been built. We talked about adherence to the height limit earlier. It is important to note here that there are several limitations on development covered by this agreement, and among them are that development is limited to only 129 acres of the entire 308-acre site. No development is allowed in the 500-year floodplain, and the university is not allowed to build in the floodplain anywhere on the site. And there are multiple covenants around the housing to non-housing mix, including a required 2-to-1 square footage ratio of housing to non-housing, a 750,000 square foot cap on non-residential development, and a minimum requirement of 150 housing units before any non-residential development can be built. And additionally, phasing would have to track after non-residential development starts, would have to track with that 2-to-1 ratio. And finally, I wanted to address something brought up earlier, and that's we have no intention to sell, but we can't commit to not sell the property in the future. However, we do understand community concerns about what would apply to future private owners. And we are in ongoing conversations with the city about what conditions would apply to a private developer if we were to sell. And Abby, this is yours.
Thanks, Derek. In closing, I just want to say again that this draft annexation agreement is a demonstration of our shared values with the city and CU Boulder and offers significant community benefit. As our Chancellor, Phil DeStefano, noted in a statement last week, the city and the university have both engaged in years of negotiation with the idea in mind that we don't have to pick and choose one benefit over another. We are thankful for the opportunity to present on this agreement today, thankful for our partnership with the city and for planning board consideration. We very much look forward to hearing your feedback. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And thanks for keeping within time constraints so well. Gives us some extra time to maybe do a few more minutes of Q&A. So let's go. Well, we'll try to keep to our 30 minutes actually, because that'll get us to 8:27. So with that, I'll open it up to the board for questions for our friends from CU. Anyone want to take a first pass? Crystal, go ahead, and then Sarah. You'll need to unmute.
Thanks for being here tonight and representing the university. Let me just continue on with the affordable housing question, and specifically permanently affordable housing. I just want to understand your commitment to the lower wage earners, at the lower levels of your staff compensation ladder, whatever you call it, and how this project will help them. And that kind of goes to your concept or your policies on equity and diversity and inclusion. And I applaud you for doing some affordable housing, 10%, but on most of our annexations, we ask for 50%, and then it's a balancing act of community benefit. And so could you comment on that?
Yeah, I can, and thank you for the question, Crystal. We've dedicated 5 acres for future affordable housing, and that would be the traditional affordable housing approaches that the community is familiar with. And we envision that to be low to moderate income. Now, that's not going to be restricted to just university employees. That would be open to the entire community. And we feel that is one way where we can really exact a community benefit from development on the site. With regard to so in that sense, it wouldn't be just restricted to university employees, but it would be open to university employees. With the respect to the residential on the rest of the site, we are committed to find a model that can work for us to deliver what would be more attainable housing and a variety of different types of housing to address all strata of our community, all strata of income, because we do recognize that some of those that are not as advantaged as others would otherwise really not ever have a chance to live in Boulder. And so we want to provide that opportunity. We don't know what that looks like today. And the university itself can't avail itself of those tax income credits that facilitate the traditional affordable housing approaches, being a public entity. But what we can do is enter into a partnership around that for the 5 acres. And the rest of it, we are committed to look at ways to just lower the cost of the embedded cost of delivering housing to our community.
Thanks, Derek. I'll just add on. Oh, go ahead, Crystal. Sorry.
Oh, no, you go.
No, I just wanted to add on, I appreciate your comments about the normal affordable housing limit. I would say, as Derek mentioned, we can't take advantage of the traditional affordable housing credits, but we do think that this commitment helps meet some of the goals. But we also offer a lot of community benefit that traditional developers likely don't. So I already walked through some of those, but our commitment to sustainability, our continued commitment to access to the site, and other community benefits. So we hope that that package is something that you all will consider collectively.
And if I may, are you looking at local housing providers? And is there a timeline? I didn't see a timeline on when this affordable housing would be built. Sooner, later, along with the 150 houses you'd like to build first?
Yeah, so I would say that
units.
Go ahead, Chris. Yeah, so I would say that to answer your first question, it seems to make sense that we would work with someone locally, but we have not identified a partner yet. As far as timing goes, if from the agreement, as Phil walked through, there's the 3-year anniversary period, which is really an option period for the city to be able to go get the permitting. And then that would, once that lapses, and if the permitting is successful and if annexation is successful, the city would then build a flood mitigation structure. So we probably wouldn't be delivering any housing until after the flood project. We just wouldn't. We wouldn't deliver any housing until the flood project's done. But we don't really have a timeline today as far as when we would start that. We will contemplate it once we get closer to that and we start to develop a master plan for the site, which is kind of the first view of what development will look like. And we don't even have a timeline for that yet, but it would occur after the flood project is delivered.
So just a question on development standards. Did you, as you were going through these different scenarios about the different uses on the site, did you ever do like a fit on the site to see how all of these different uses might fit, and then how that might work with some of the guiding principles, especially around development, sustainability, all those wonderful attributes that are in the guiding principles for human scale around the larger buildings, et cetera?
Yeah, so we have not, and those are all things that would appear in our initial master planning for the site. And so that master plan would be the overall first view and approach to our development here. So we haven't done that yet because we haven't had land that's been developable for us to do that. So as we move forward, we'll contemplate when we begin that process. And that process, according to the agreement, is one that will involve the city. And by nature of involving the city also involves the community. So we'll have to submit that master plan for city review and comment. And their comments would be in the realm of both compliance with the agreement, but also discretionary comments they can offer and that we would take into consideration. But right now, the master planning process is where those things that you just raised would be determined.
Thank you. I have some other questions, but I will yield the floor and put them in writing for the staff to send to you.
Well, we'll see. You might have a chance to come back to Crystal. So let's go with Sarah and then Georgie and then John.
Thanks. Thank you all for being here. I have sort of 3, I think, pretty straightforward questions. So the first is, how did you come up with that 150 residential unit number as the precursor to then building non-residential? And would you be open to more than 150 residential units as the starting point? It seems like kind of a low number.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. We aren't necessarily open to that. That was carefully negotiated between us and the city. And we were trying to maintain enough flexibility around future needs that we can't determine. So that doesn't mean that we will start building non-residential as soon as we deliver 150 units. What it is it's a reasonable floor for a threshold that allows us the flexibility to be able to respond to the needs that we'll have at that time.
Okay, which then I think my next question follows up on that, which is, a significant potential community benefit is the housing of more students who are currently sort of dumped out onto the Boulder market, creating a lot of increasing costs for everybody. What are the university's plans for student enrollment expansion over the next few years? Like, is this actually going to remove students from the commercial housing market, or is this we're going to keep seeing more and more students and it'll kind of be a wash in terms of its impact on the local housing market?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I'll let Abby take that one.
Yeah, I would say the primary goals for our use of the CU Boulder South are not increasing undergraduate student housing. So we have committed that it will be for faculty, staff, graduate students, and non-first year students. So I think to your question, Sarah, it's not really about growth of the student body. It's really about trying to meet a current need for housing that we hear a lot from our community across our staff, faculty, and upper level students.
Okay, I appreciate that. That wasn't exactly the question I asked. I'm sorry. The question I asked was, what are your expansion plans in terms of the number of students? And I'd really like to.
We don't have long-term expansion plans. We do make projections every year. We have to get approval from the Board of Regents for what our student body looks like and how it relates to our tuition. So again, we don't have a long-term enrollment plan that is being factored into this, especially because we don't have a plan for this site yet. We do have a housing plan that we look at what our needs are for students, faculty, and staff, and what they tell us, but it's not tied into any kind of long-term enrollment growth plan.
Okay. And then my third question, which is nothing to do with housing per se. Derek, you talked about that you're still in negotiations with the city vis-a-vis what a new owner, if someone actually purchased a parcel or two or three, what they would be allowed to build. Would you all be open to a 2 residential units or square foot to 1 square foot non-residential as a requirement that an entitlement that carries along with the sale?
Is your question, would we be open to that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe that would occur as the agreement is written today.
Is that right, Phil?
Yes. It will run with the land regardless of ownership.
The 2-1 agreement, the 2-1 runs with the land.
Yes.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Sarah.
David, you're on mute, but I think you're probably calling on me. I just have one quick question. First, thank you for your partnership with the city and for all you do for the city. I understood through some of your answers that it is not your intention to sell the land to a private developer. You're just putting some flexibility in there for your protection. I guess I'd like to clarify, my concerns are the nebulousness of a right of first refusal without a defined dollar amount that's beneficial for the city. And it sounds like CU has and continues to and will partner with the city to make sure we get the best outcome for the site, which I think, the interests of CU and the city are probably aligned. So my question is, has it been discussed? And if not, is CU open to defining upfront what that potential right of first refusal land cost would be to the city, so that we make sure that the city is in a good position in the event that the university needs to sell it for one reason or another.
Yeah, and thank you for your question, Jorge. The short and most direct answer is no, because there's a number of reasons why that wouldn't work, or certainly wouldn't be feasible to determine today. Some of which are that if in a future scenario where we would sell the property or portions of the property, and that's key, portions of the property, there may be portions that we would sell, but we can't determine a price for those today. And as well, we can't determine at what state they will be, because the right of first offer and the right of first refusal run with the land and are in perpetuity along with the agreement. But we couldn't So the city would always have that option. The right of first offer we see is giving the city the first crack at it. And so if we decide to sell, and that's irrespective of that we haven't received an outside offer, we come to the city first if we determine that we want to sell it. So that's the first thing we would do. And then again, if we receive an outside offer, we have to, and we negotiate, we have to match that offer with the city. But we couldn't determine the value today for a number of reasons. One is we don't know in what state of portions when a potential future sale might occur. So there's just no way to address that today. Another one is that being a state entity and this being a public asset, we have a responsibility to make sure we get fair and adequate consideration for that property. And so that's one of the limitations we have as a state entity. I think the city probably has similar guidance as well, where if they have assets and they're disposing of them, they have to get fair market value. So we're bound by those same sorts of statutes and obligations as a state entity.
Okay, I'm not terribly clear on that in regards to, this is a negotiated agreement that there's all kinds of negotiations happening right now, of which this is a component of that. And so I defer to the city to say, to me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense on why that wouldn't be negotiated up front. I also, see that it is possible to put a value on land. It is possible to put escalators. The idea of impossibility doesn't really ring true with me unless it rings true with the city as well. And so I'd urge the city and the applicant to think through that a little bit more, because that answer wasn't entirely clear to me. But thank you.
You're welcome.
John, we'll go with you next. And then I have my hand up if nobody else wants to go.
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to pursue what happens in the event of a de-annexation, or the event that the city isn't able to obtain the permits that it needs for the flood control project that it has. If I understand correctly, the university could make considerable investments in the first 3 years in athletic facilities in that specific area that's designated for that. So if then there was to be a de-annexation, would the university expect to be compensated for its investments that it's made in that period?
I'm not sure what investments we would be compensated for, because if in the event you speak of, if we were to develop recreational amenities out there, from my understanding, those could persist. So just because de-annexation occurs, that wouldn't require us to tear down those facilities. And so we wouldn't be building any habitable structures. So no residential structures, nothing else until the flood project is complete. But the agreement does allow for us to build recreational amenities. We don't see that as commensurable with de-annexation.
So, I mean, my question is, those facilities might, for example, require water and sewer connections to the city. And so there would be, the university would have made some investment in those facilities that it's unclear to me how that would be dealt with in the event of a de-annexation, which would then eliminate the connections to water and sewer, for example.
Right.
I can address this too. Section 37 does point to this. So many decades ago, we provided a very often utility service to properties outside of our service area, so areas 1 and 2. In this case, and we do those through out-of-city water and sewer utility permits. And in this case, if the de-annexation were to occur, those utilities would still be able to be used by the university through an out-of-city service agreement. So they wouldn't have to disconnect the water line.
So it's not at the city's discretion anymore about that connection, even if there's a de-annexation. That's an obligation of the city to provide those services for the athletic facilities?
Yes, sir. The term does state that the city will continue to serve any existing taps on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and let Brian go next.
Cool, thanks, David. And I may have missed this in the packet or in the preparation materials, so sorry if it's a dumb question. Is the intention of the 5 acres for affordable housing for that to be delivered as is transferred to the City of Boulder's Housing Authority, or is that meant to be developed separately by a different housing provider or by CU?
Thank you for your question, Brian. So what we envision is that we have nonprofit affiliates who we can operate through, who can actually enter into partnerships for different joint ventures, such as an affordable housing development. And so right now, currently, we envision using one of those affiliates to do this. We don't know which one, but we would do that through one of those affiliates and enter into a partnership with an affordable housing developer to develop that housing. And the question was asked earlier whether we were focusing on local. I think, again, it just makes sense for us to use local partners, but we haven't identified which partner yet. But that's the mechanism. And I think that answers your question. Happy to elaborate if you want.
Yeah, just to clarify, that means you're not intending to transfer it to the City of Boulder's Housing Authority, but use a different local partner?
Correct. In the city's housing authority, is that Boulder Housing Partners?
Yeah, that's Boulder Housing Partners.
So they could be one of the local partners that we could engage.
Okay, so you haven't ruled it out, but you haven't necessarily lined it up that direction.
Yeah, nothing's been set, but it's certainly on our radar. And it makes sense for us to use someone local and someone that's connected to the city.
Great. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Great, and I'll just say that I was happy to see in this latest iteration that there's language to conform to the city's outdoor lighting standards. I've seen some talk about the small stadium or the medium-sized stadium, I guess you might call it, and the fact that it is kind of visible from a lot of places and near open space. And I wondered if you had subsequently thought about some of the ideas around maybe making the lighting around there somewhat more strict, or even some people have even thought about maybe not having nighttime events. So if you've thought about that at all, or maybe that's something you would be thinking about.
We have thought about it. What we've agreed to do is abide by the city's outdoor lighting standards, and certainly we try to use best practices on our own campuses to have downward facing lights for athletic facilities so they don't bleed out into the surrounding areas as much as possible. But currently that athletics facility is not a given. It's not something that we plan on developing out there. Again, it's kind of a retained right that we've negotiated so that we can have maximum flexibility for future development. We don't know what would eventually be out there. We do envision recreational fields and other recreational amenities. But as far as that facility, it's something, again, we've negotiated for flexibility to meet our future needs, but it's not a foregone conclusion. That's what we would build out there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to ask anything? We've got a few more minutes. Peter.
Thank you for your presentation and your time. A quick one here, bridging off of Crystal's comments to an extent. Given the work that the university is doing and will be doing around sustainability and energy innovations, I know that you're not at the stage to specify anything around the project, but could you give 20 seconds on something that the university is doing now that it would be applicable, that perhaps at this scale could be achieved, that wouldn't be otherwise possible without this parcel? I know it's not geographically contiguous for certain things, but I am curious what's been considered or thought of.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Peter. Abby, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, it's a great question, Peter. And, as has been noted previously, which I appreciate, the university does put a premium on sustainability and resiliency, and that ranges all the way from our research to our facilities. So I think there's a lot of potential for what could happen on the site. We are exploring a microgrid on our East Campus right now. I think that's something that would be of great interest to explore. We've heard calls from the community to make sure that there's research related to energy and sustainability on the site, and I think there's great potential for that as well. There's potential for solar. I think there are a lot of options, and we will have our great team who works on this for the campus. And we actually are building a sustainability council that'll represent people from all across the campus to help drive our priorities in that area. And this will be another site that we're looking at, just like our other campuses, to try to implement some of those initiatives.
Thanks, Abby.
Great, and we'll go to Crystal next. And Brian, was your hand up from the last time, or you want to go after Crystal?
Nope, I'm all good. Thank you, David.
Okay, so Crystal, go ahead.
So just real quickly, so Abby, thank you for your answer. And how do you put metrics into the agreement, or would you be willing to put some metrics into the agreement to mention the things that you just said about sustainability and maybe a microgrid in that area to help the city meet their goals? Because as one of your slides showed, we're all in this together.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great point. And I think it's something that we would be willing to consider, and we can take it back for further discussion. I think it's difficult right now because, as mentioned previously, we don't have defined plans for the site, but we are really true in our commitment to, continue the work that we do on the other part of our campuses. But I appreciate that point, Crystal, and we can certainly take it back for further discussion.
Thank you. And Sarah, I think you're next.
Thank you. Okay, so I have two questions that have to do with the open space issues. One is, we had so many documents, I cannot tell you what page it was on or what document it was in, but in all the material that was sent to us, there was discussion about this university being allowed to use some of the open space for solar panels or for community gardens. And I really want to understand which part of the open space you're referring to, because I think it's essential that we actually protect the open space for wildlife purposes and all the other natural resource and sustainability components. So that's the first question. And then I'll ask a second question in a minute.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, I think you're going to like this answer, is we no longer have that in the agreement as a requirement.
There's one clarification I'd like to provide, is that when we were last with the planning board, we had noted that there was a contingency of 10 acres in the open space area that was reserved for recreation fields if those couldn't be sited in the flood control zone. And so that has been resolved. There is one point in the annexation agreement, 12C, that does discuss some of the guiding principle language around any university solar installation and community gardens may be located in the open space zone if that was under university ownership after that 3-year anniversary point. So I did want to note that.
So it sounds like it's a bunch of ifs. So if annexation doesn't happen, and if CU would still own this area that right now is open space other, they could put solar installations and community gardens in that area. Is that correct?
That is true. And so Sarah, I was answering your question as if annexation had already happened and that the option period had been satisfied and the city was moving forward and we conveyed the land. So if annexation didn't happen or if the property was de-annexed, then I think we'd look at things like, to Crystal's point, some what we could do to bring our other campus net zero, and that could involve solar fields, solar gardens, microgrid, other things on that land. So at that point in time, if we haven't conveyed it and there's no deal, we would look at the land to use to, again, further our mission to the best that we could. We'd have many of the limitations that we have today pre-annexation on those.
Okay, so then my second question still has to do with the open space. We got a lot of letters, which I agree with, about wanting to make sure we protect that open space and how essential it is for reaching our climate change goals, protecting wildlife, protecting the wet meadow that is central, which is part of what makes CU South so wonderful. So the question is twofold. You've sort of answered half of it. The other is, will that open space land be left untouched during any construction on the site, or is it going to be disrupted?
And when construction, are you speaking to the flood?
Whenever you all start constructing whatever it is you're going to start constructing, and it's a very valuable wetland, and I'm trying to understand what the implications are during any construction. Is it off limits to construction? Is I guess the question I'm asking.
Yes, from our perspective. So the annexation agreement is going to create basically the city's option that can be exercised once they satisfy their permitting requirements, and then they give us notice that they're moving forward. And at that point in time, all the land would convey, and so that open space, the OSO area, would convey to OSBT, and they would become owners of that land, and we would have no further claim or right or use of the surface at that point.
And how do you, and I guess this is more of a how-to question, the upstream development, which would include the road you all hope to build, anything up along the development zone, will you be required, or how will you protect downstream impacts on the open space other land?
And is your question about while constructing those facilities and infrastructure? I think it's far enough away from the open space land, and certainly on the north end where development would most likely start. It's buffered by the area that's the excavation area, what's known as PKUO today. As you get south, there certainly is a boundary there, but we're going to have setbacks for building. We're going to create buffers along that. We certainly, the reason that we agreed to dedicate that OSO land to open space is that we recognize the values of the community in preserving and restoring that area. As well, that's also why we've agreed to allow the levee to come down, because that can create connectivity for wildlife and flora to be able to be restored and connect and become part of the adjacent open space. So in no way do I envision us touching that land or having a right to touch it or harm it in the future. And certainly I think we would look to mitigate impacts from our construction along that boundary on into the future.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, I think that we have reached the exact moment of the end of our 30 minutes. Thank you all so much for conforming to this time constraint this week. And again, we'll be able to take another pass. Thank you so much to Abby and Derek for your presentation. And please hang around, because you'll be able to talk after the public hearing as well about anything you heard for, it's usually like a 3-minute opportunity. So with that, we will move into the public hearing for tonight. I have in front of me the list of people who have signed up in advance, and I'll be working with Jean Gatza to call on people and unmute you. And each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes maximum. So please be patient with us if we have to remind you of that and kind of and then let you finish a sentence and whatever we need to do to kind of gently let you know if you go over the 2 minutes, because we need to stay on track. Please introduce yourselves again by giving your name and address. And it also would help if you would let us know if you're representing some sort of a group, a homeowners association, or interest group. It's always nice for us to know that. It's always good if you don't repeat items that you've heard other speakers say. And if you've submitted documents to Cindy, please let us know so that we can get those displayed. With that, our first speaker is going to be Kathy Joyner, followed by Rosie Fivian and Deborah Biasca. So Jean, if you could maybe display your timer and then unmute Kathy Joyner, that would be awesome.
I think I am unmuted. Is that correct?
There we go. Okay, so go ahead and start for us. Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks, David. My name is Kathy Joyner. I live at 9763 Carr Circle in Westminster. I am a member of the South Boulder Creek Action Group. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. And you may wonder why someone from Westminster is speaking to this topic. Boulder was my home for almost 30 years. For 20 of those years, I lived in the Fraser Meadows area that experienced significant flooding in 2013. After advocating for flood protection for 6 years after the flood, my husband and I decided to move to a safer place. Still, I have many, many friends in Boulder, which I still consider my home. Many of these friends in the Fraser Meadow area are still living in harm's way. These Boulder residents and their welfare matter a great deal to me, and this is the reason I choose to speak tonight. After reviewing the draft CU South annexation agreement, I encourage you to recommend to council that the agreement be approved. The draft agreement contains a number of significant community benefits related to health and safety, housing, open space, and transportation, all of which are addressed in the guiding principles. I believe two of these benefits are by far the most important and noteworthy, and they include, number one, flood protection to ensure the safety of thousands of downstream residents, a fundamental responsibility of the city, and two, the provision of 1,100 housing units for CU's workforce and upper-level students, as well as the dedication of 5 acres slated for affordable housing units for residents unaffiliated with CU. For years, the city has encouraged CU to provide additional housing for CU-affiliated residents, and this is a significant contribution toward that end. I look forward to your positive recommendations to council to approve this annexation agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, next we'll go with Rosie Vivian.
Pardon me, I don't see Rosie on the list. Rosie, if you are here with a different name showing up, please just message me in the Q&A, and I'll queue you. We can queue you up after. So I think we should move on to Deborah Biasca.
Great. Okay, so we'll move on to Rosie if she's able to attend or get on later. And so yes, the next name is Deborah Biasca. Deborah. There's a problem with the audio. Can you maybe try muting and unmuting and see if that helps?
Is that a Preble's jumping mouse?
It was very, yeah, Deborah, it sounded like, oh, I see there's actually a presentation from you coming up. So I hope we get your voice on.
Okay, Deborah, you should be able to unmute.
I'm not seeing Deborah on the screen. Oh, oh boy.
Oh, it's very squeaky.
Yeah, Deborah. Yeah, unfortunately, Deborah, there's something going on with your audio that makes it impossible for us to understand what you're saying. Jean, should we go ahead and work with that that particular problem and loop back on that one as well?
I think that's right. Deborah, if you could call in perhaps on a phone and then let me know. I hope perhaps you can let me know what that number is.
Yeah, maybe there's the Q&A, right, Jean, that Deborah can access the Q&A and can communicate with you?
I think the Q&A is maybe difficult by phone. I'm not sure how that works.
Oh, Deborah is already dialed in on phone?
Oh, okay.
And Deborah, you're still unmuted, but yeah, we're not hearing anything. Love these technical issues.
Okay. Perhaps while Deborah's trying again, it looks like Rosie's here, so we could move on to Rosie.
Great, let's go ahead and move on to Rosie, and then we'll try to solve the problem with Deborah. I'm sure we'll get to her and enjoy her presentation. So Rosie, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening. I'm speaking in support of the proposed annexation agreement at CU South. Oh, I forgot my address. I live in Table Mesa. I've lived in college towns most of my life, Berkeley, California, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Boulder, Colorado for the past 22 years, 20 years in South Boulder. It's easy to forget sometimes how important the relationship between the city and the university is. It's why many of us live here. Having university here elevates this place. I see this annexation agreement as an opportunity for positive change, and I'm not afraid of change. I welcome our new neighbors, both from CU and the proposed affordable housing projects. Our South Boulder businesses, who have had a hard couple of years stand to benefit from additional residents, and this will in turn benefit the whole neighborhood and the city. Most of the change I've seen in South Boulder has been for the positive. I've seen Table Mesa grow as a 10-minute neighborhood where CU South neighbors will also be able to walk or bike or go shopping, visit restaurants, bike shops, outdoor gear, hardware, plant stands, cafes, bakeries, salons, credit unions, banks, delis, pharmacies, go to wine tastings, art studios, cooking classes, see live music, karaoke, vinyl night, get pet care, auto repair, ice cream, and yoga, just to name a few. And many of the businesses are locally owned. We love it here and it just keeps getting better. CU South could be a fabulous location for a South Boulder farmers market, where both new and established neighborhoods could easily walk or bike on the weekends. I regularly hike the Levee Loop with my dog and welcome new open space that will likely improve with better management. I trust our transportation experts to craft creative solutions here. Maybe we can enhance the Broadway crossings. Maybe we can finally get e-bikes or a bike share at the new transportation hub. Maybe Moorhead could have a protected bike lane the entire way, which could also stimulate positive change at Basemar. Let's reject the propaganda and the fear mongering and approve this project without delay. Our neighbors' lives and homes are at stake. Let's stay positive, and thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Jean, if we don't have Deborah ready.
Deborah is back. I'm going to try again. So Deborah, looks like you.
Okay, I think you can hear me.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you loud and clear now, Deborah. And
Okay.
we're just bringing up your presentation. So
Okay.
Everyone can see that, I believe. So we're ready to go.
Okay, I'm Deborah Biasca, and I urge you not to support the draft agreement. I live at 230 South 38th Boulder in Martin Acres. I urge you not to support it because the annexation will not protect Fraser Meadows from flooding. Unquestionably, mitigation of flood risk to the 1,000 residents of Fraser Meadows is the main reason for annexation. Mayor Weaver was quoted in this Sunday's Camera saying that this has been the driver for the project from the get-go. But what if the proposal cannot possibly achieve this goal? Slide 1, please. Let's look at the flood analysis of Boulder's utility division, completed a year after the flood and found in your meeting packet. Combining the data from the flood gathered by the city with dollar costs of damages calculated by FEMA, the National Research Center analyzed all sources of the extensive flood damage citywide. Slide 2, please. Table 6, that was the previous slide. Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Compares the water damage sources against dollar costs of repair aligned to the major waterways that were involved and all other water sources. Based on the last line of the chart, which covers the South Boulder Creek drainage, the waterway source for Fraser Meadows, slide 3. Simple percentage calculations show that for the 100-year floodplain, only 30% of the total damage was actually from the South Boulder Creek drainage, while 70% was from local flooding, not South Boulder Creek. And the figures are even worse for the 500-year flood. So why would the city annex to avoid only 30% of the damage? Slide 4, please. My neighborhood too incurred tremendous flood damage in 2013, but no dam can protect us for the same reason. Slide 5. To conclude, aggressive reduction of carbon emissions and local flood mitigation projects are needed to protect Fraser Meadows, not a dam at CU South. Without flood protection, the proposal totally lacks sufficient public benefit to justify the costs. Let's spend our money more directly on affordable housing and leave CU South alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Okay, so the next 3 names are Brookie Gallagher, Nicole Spear, and John Carroll. So Brookie, if you're able to unmute, are you able to find Brookie, Jean?
I can. I'm trying to get her.
We are cheering.
Oh, I see. Okay, Brookie, I'm gonna briefly promote you to panelist because you're using an older version of Zoom, and this should allow you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name is Brookie Gallagher. I live in Table Mesa. We've learned that the proposed non-residential development at CU South will be 750,000 square feet rather than the 500,000 square feet we've been told for years. This 50% increase in development equals a 50% increase in traffic. It also translates into additional workers, faculty, staff, and students without any increase in residential housing to accommodate them. CU's traffic study projected 7,000 additional trips per day on Boulder roadways. Instead, a 50% increase will mean 10,500 trips per day. That's the number we should use. The city should demand a new traffic study based on this new number. It should be carried out when we're not experiencing reduced traffic due to the pandemic, and it should be done by a traffic company not on CU's payroll. Also, note that CU's proposed on-site housing did not increase by 50%. It didn't increase at all. It's still housing for 2,200 people. Using commercial real estate guidelines of 150 square feet of office or commercial space per person, 750,000 square feet of non-residential space equals 5,000 occupants. 2,800 more than the planned residential housing of 2,200. So rather than helping Boulder's housing situation, CU South's development will worsen it by adding more people to Boulder's housing equation without housing for them. And 60% of people affiliated with CU in-commute, so most of them will likely drive. This means that the transportation demand management promises will fall far short of their promised objectives. This is a traffic disaster in the making. Thank you.
Thank you, Brookie. Okay, the next speaker will be Nicole Spear, followed by John Carroll and Louise Bradley.
Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Dr. Nicole Spear. I live a stone's throw from CU South in Tanter Park, and I support this thoughtful and well-negotiated annexation agreement. I hope you will too. The primary benefit of this agreement, of course, is flood mitigation that will protect thousands of Boulder residents' lives. But our community will also get continued access to trails and recreation opportunities, additional open space, and land for affordable housing. This annexation agreement has been in the works for 6 years, and it incorporates all the benefits Boulder residents identified as top priorities during this time. But you've read the agreement and you've seen the engagement data, so you know this agreement checks all the boxes. Tonight, I want to share a personal story that gives you a concrete example for why this annexation agreement reflects the best engagement work I've seen our city do in years. Last winter, city staff presented the emerging annexation agreement to my neighborhood HOA. One thing that stood out to us was that there was a buffer zone between the single-family Highview neighborhood and proposed higher density housing on the south side of Tanter Park. Our little pocket of single-family homes is zoned RM1, and we didn't have a buffer zone. Pointed out that we would like to be treated like the other single-family homes and have some space between us and higher density housing. In response to our comments, the annexation plans changed to incorporate a buffer zone along the entire northwestern side of the property. That's an incredible level of responsiveness to the concerns of 20 of CU South's nearest neighbors. The long process of getting to this agreement was thoughtful, inclusive, collaborative, and thorough. It's exactly how major decisions in our city should be made. I commend Mayor Weaver and Councilwoman Friend and city and university staff for their excellent work on this engagement process. And I'm grateful to the more than 1,000 Boulder residents who provided feedback over the past 2 years. This is a good agreement. It will save lives. It has all the community benefits our residents asked for. I encourage you to honor the extensive work of everyone involved by keeping this process moving and recommending approval of this annexation agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. The next speaker then will be John Carroll, followed by Louise Bradley and David McGuire. John, you should be able to unmute.
Hi there, my name is John Carroll. I live on Qualla Drive in Fraser Meadows in Boulder. And I'm here speaking today because my family and 3,500 other residents in Fraser Meadows are at extreme risk of very dangerous flooding whenever water overtops US 36. And I've been following this process for years now, as it's been in development for the past 6 years. And I've seen all of the engagement and everyone working on it. And To city staff, Phil and everyone else, you've done an amazing job working on this project. Mayor Weaver and Councilwoman Friend have done an awesome job working with the university, and the university has been an amazing partner in negotiating this agreement. In addition, to providing flood mitigation and potentially, getting 3,500 residents out of harm's way, it'll provide, continued access to the university and facilities. The university's conveying water rights. There's very thoughtful trip caps in place to limit traffic impacts on the surrounding communities. There's awesome opportunities to restore habitat through open space, as well as the tons of other details that are in the agreement if you read through it. So ultimately, I'm here today to ask you all to support the annexation agreement and help protect the lives, health, and safety of Boulder residents. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, next we'll be going to Louise Bradley, followed by David McGuire, and then Laura Tyler. Louise, you should be able to unmute.
I'm Louise Bradley, a 62-year resident of Boulder, Fraser survivor of the 2013 flood. I live at 4875 Sioux Drive, a part of the Fraser retirement community. I speak in favor of the South Annexation Agreement draft and to praise the process as well as the product. The negotiations between the Boulder and CU have been a fine example of cooperation. Through difficult conversations, compromise, and productive ideas, the representatives CU and Boulder have arrived at a workable agreement which meets the needs of both entities. The thoughtful process has yielded a more detailed and nuanced agreement than a slogan-driven ballot battle could ever. The document satisfies my primary concern of flood mitigation. CU is yielding 80 acres to the city for the purpose. Furthermore, the plans for 100-year flood containment are in line fiscally with the remedies applied to other city drainages. I'm also pleased to note in the agreement a plan for an underpass beneath South Boulder Road so that bikes and pedestrians can safely access the area, which CU is generously pledging to keep open for public use. I'm further pleased by the joint promise to restore the wetlands associated with the old gravel pit so that wildlife and natural plants can again thrive in the sadly degraded landscape there. While some may seek to halt the growth of CU and of our city, looking back with nostalgia to the days when no buildings existed east or south of the Frog Pond at 28th and Arapahoe, that is not possible in our world. Growth is imminent. It is our responsibility to guide it wisely. I believe the provisions of the CU South Annexation Draft Agreement point the way. I urge the Planning Board to vote in favor of this agreement. Appreciate it, Dave, how well you've run this meeting. And I stand in awe of all of you for your stamina surviving these marathon meetings.
Thank you, Louise. And thanks for everybody for keeping to the time limit so far. So that's awesome. Okay, so we're going to go now with David McGuire, then Laura Tyler, and then Heather Kelly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, David, go ahead.
Great. You already heard from my better half, Kathy Joyner, in the beginning, so you know why we are still involved in this process because of our many friends and neighbors that are still in harm's way, and we feel compelled to stay engaged until they are safe. Having read the CU South agreement, I strongly recommend a positive recommendation to City Council. The agreement exceeds the criteria for such a recommendation as codified in the charter and in the guiding principles adopted as part of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan process that designated CU South as Area 2 and eligible for annexation. The draft annexation agreement addresses several key community benefits. You've heard all of these, but the flood protection, of course, is the most important, saving the lives of those people that are downstream. Critical habitat expansion and restoration, housing options for CU's workforce and for city residents, affordable housing, comprehensive auto and ped transportation planning, which hopefully will impact positively the 62,000 in commutes we have into Boulder every day, and the climate impacts that brings with it. Continued and enhanced recreational access for city residents, which I know everybody takes great advantage of out there. I look forward to your positive recommendations to council to move this application forward. Thanks a lot. And ditto from Louise. Good job, everybody.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and go on to Laura Tyler next, and then that will be followed by Heather Kelly and Rosemary Hegarty. Laura?
Hey, hi, my name is Laura Tyler, and I'm a co-director with Kathy Joyner of South Boulder Creek Action Group. And we support the annexation of CU South for flood mitigation, habitat restoration, and housing. And I'm here today to talk about a group of photos that I sent to the board on Monday that the public can view at southbouldercreekactiongroup.com. And these photos of the flood of 2013 are important for two reasons. So the first reason is from around 2013 to 2015, there was a property manager who testified several times at public hearings about people needing to escape their garden level apartments through broken windows. And when he gave his testimony, it was with lots of concern for the lives of these people. And I know that if that can be hard to visualize, it may have been hard to imagine what it was like to have a refrigerator floating so that it blocked your front door. And I think the fact that these photos have emerged is very important because it shows the seriousness of the impact. And then the second point that you need to know is this is affordable housing. And so when the city of Boulder touts the transition from homelessness program, these are the literal units where we put these people. And so I'm wondering if we are doing enough. And something that's beautiful about the proposed annexation is that in addition to protecting this existing affordable housing, it also unlocks the potential for more affordable housing, habitat restoration, and all kinds of wonderful things. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, we will now go with Heather Kelly.
Dave, I'm not seeing Heather Kelly on the list. Heather, if you're here, if you could message me and let me know if you're under a different name.
Okay, so let's go on and hear from Rosemary Hegarty. And then when we'll reinsert Heather Kelly into the lineup when we hear from her. So Rosemary Hegarty followed by Raymond Bridge and then Ben Binder. So Rosemary, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thanks for being there tonight. I am Rosemary Hegarty. I live in Martin Acres and I am against the annexation. And I had a chart that for you guys to look at about the OSBT recommendations versus the current language of the annexation. And I just find it really striking that most of the OSBT recommendations were not followed, which was really disappointing since OSBT will be having a lot of, responsibility in that annexation if that does occur. I don't have time in the 2 minutes to talk about the whole chart, so I'm going to just zero in on a couple of the highlights that I was really concerned about. And number one is the water rights. As the board already brought up, really concerning that the university is conveying water rights, to the city, but then the city is then going to be paying for the university to irrigate out there annually forever. I mean, we're going to have to be paying CU's water, and we all know water is going to get more and more and more expensive. So, and there seems to be no cost analysis on that whatsoever. And then the other real large concern, and I can't see the time on my phone, so I'm not sure how much time I have left.
You have 27. You have 27 seconds, but since you have a presentation, we'll give you another 30.
Okay, thank you. So then the other real concern I have is with the noise and the light. And in the relevant agreement, it says that the university will comply with the city's noise and outdoor lighting standards. Well, if anybody lives near CU and you've lived through a CU welcome concert, you know how bad they are at controlling any of their noise in the present state of how things are. And the second concerning piece of that is that in the wording, it says that the city and university will collaborate to protect and possibly restore wildlife habitat. So there's no guarantee of what the CU is actually going to do to any possible wildlife out there, because it's not even a guarantee in the annexation language. So I really hope that you give the city strong feedback on all the very, very vague aspects to this annexation.
Okay,
And
if you can finish the thought, we'll be good.
yeah,
Thank you.
no, thanks very much. I just appreciate your careful consideration.
Thanks, Rosemary.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. Shall we go on to Raymond Bridge then, or do we have Heather Kelly yet?
I am still not seeing Heather.
Okay, so let's go on to Raymond Bridge.
Holly, you can go for a walk.
Raymond, you should be able to unmute when you're ready.
There you
Okay,
go.
can you hear me?
We can.
I would strongly urge the planning board to recommend to city council that it slow down. This draft agreement is clearly not ready for prime time. It is full of contradictions and fails to address critical issues like the requirements set out by the Open Space Board of Trustees, the approval of which is a precondition for the currently proposed flood mitigation project to move forward. The traffic study that was produced as part of this process was horribly deficient to begin with. Now the proposed annexation anticipates much more building space, but with no discussion of the impact on traffic. Moreover, CU is demanding an access from Highway 93, creating a deadly intersection on an already dangerous stretch of road. Most critically for the planning board, this annexation proposal flies in the face of the entire thrust of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. It provides a mechanism for building in the South Boulder Creek floodplain. I base that assertion on the flooding that actually occurred during the 2013 flood. This is the last thing in the world we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Okay, so the next one on the list is Ben Binder, followed by David Slack, and then Kate McQuaid. Ben Binder, you should be able to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Ben Binder, and I live in South Boulder. In 1996, I noticed several obvious flaws in the FEMA floodplain map of the CU South gravel pit. I reported the error to the State Budget Committee, which requires CU to perform a floodplain study. That 1996 study determined that a large portion of CU South was in the floodplain, as were hundreds of residences. Instead of cooperating with the city to address the known flooding problems, CU made things worse. CU revised the gravel pit reclamation plan to eliminate ponds in riparian areas, which would have attenuated flooding, and added a 6,000-foot levee to divert floodwaters onto neighboring properties. Consequently, during the 2013 flood, the vacant gravel pit was dry, while Fraser Meadows retirement community and hundreds of homes were flooded. So we can thank CU for those photos of the flooded homes. CU is holding the lives of downstream residents hostage by refusing its land to be used for flood control until the city annexes CU South. I urge you not to give in to this strong-armed extortion. In 2018, the City Council approved a 500-year flood mitigation plan, but CU demanded the city immediately cease work on the plan. The city caved in and reduced flood protection to 100 years. I asked the city many times for evidence that CDOT would not approve the 500-year plan, and no such evidence was ever provided. The 500-year plan should be reinstated. CU is demanding a new intersection on a curve on a hill in Colorado 93, one of the most treacherous highways in the state. CU's transportation engineer said that a traffic city will only be installed if there are 5 accidents at the site. An intersection at Colorado 93 will be of little value to faculty and students commuting to this main campus, but it will increase the commercial value of the site, which is of great interest to Derek Silva, who oversees the development of new revenue generating opportunities for CU. You should deny an intersection with 93. Parking, the executive, I'll be very quick.
Ben, you're out of time, so if you could just wrap up this thought, that would be great.
Okay, well, I'll just end with, if you want to hear more, please see my YouTube video for more information about CU South. Just look up Ben Binder Boulder. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ben. All right, so with that, we'll go on to David Slack, followed by Kate McQuaid, and then Marky Lecomte.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is David Slack. I work at Fraser Retirement Community, which is at 350 Ponca Place. Thank you all for your many years of work in trying to get it to this point. On behalf of Fraser, we are in support of the CU annexation and appreciate the efforts of the city and CU to protect the safety of thousands of people and property. It's the right thing to do. Please vote to annex the property and endorse the annexation agreement as drafted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. And I'll go ahead then and see if we can get queue up Marky Lecomte.
Actually, this is Kate McQuaid.
Oh, okay.
I live in Martin Acres.
Yep, you're the next one. I just kind of misread my list. Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. I live in Martin Acres, and I'm in favor of the city's and the university's plans for CU South as outlined in the annexation agreement. It's the promises about affordable homes that earn my support. I believe that city and university should be directing more resources toward our housing disorder. Among all the reasons for that belief, I'll mention just one. It's undeniable and unjust that wealth in the United States accrues disproportionately to white people. The university has terrible difficulty attracting and retaining faculty and students of color. It's a sad and dangerous situation for the people being educated there. And since most new young faculty and staff cannot live in Boulder, they must drive into town to work here, adding to our environmental trouble. Affordable housing is central to solving both these problems. It would be better to have a greater commitment to it in this plan, but I know you're balancing many other concerns. I still appreciate the steps toward the kind of dense housing that increases our city's diversity and improves its walkability. I'd like to walk to a diverse village at CU South sometime, and I could. The intersection of Table Mesa and South Loop Drive is less than half a mile from my home. I have paid attention to objections to the plan. I agree with some of them, but on balance, they do not shift my priorities about what our community needs most. In reviewing the published redlined annexation agreement, it seems to me that the city and university modified it in response to the objections. I'm grateful for all the work done by the dissenters and recognize that they have influenced this agreement in directions that benefit my neighborhood. Thank you very much for your work and time.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, next we have Margaret Lecomte, and for some reason I think of you as Marky. Do I have that right?
You have that right. That's my nickname.
Great, I thought so. I was questioning myself since I'm not sure we met. Okay, so Marky, thank you. You can go ahead and talk.
Okay, I live in Fraser Meadows, and thanks for letting me speak today. I co-chair Save South Boulder, which has sent you some 55 good reasons why you should recommend to City Council that it slow the runaway train rushing to annex the CU South property. All those reasons are deal breakers. Even if you support annexation, CU's current proposal is so full of holes and unresolved conflicts between the city and CU that it's not even a rough draft, and it should not constitute a binding agreement on the city and its taxpayers. Its omissions and CU's vague commitments mean it won't protect the city, but it has to be done right, because no rosy promises made by CU that aren't in the signed agreement would be legally enforceable. In fact, this proposal actually is a real estate deal to increase the value of CU's property, not to provide benefits to the Boulder citizens. CU has no life, safety, environmental, fiduciary, or even moral responsibility to the citizens of Boulder, but the City Council does. It would be irresponsible for our elected council to approve an agreement that is not needed for flood mitigation to go forward, contradicts the city's climate change and sustainability goals, is inconsistent with the Open Space Charter and the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and denies decades of climate science and expert studies of CU South that have warned against building out the South Boulder Creek floodplain. This proposal would dangerously eliminate open space. It would require dangerous traffic intersections, dramatically increase traffic loads, endanger wildlife, and destroy habitat for threatened species, and increase noise, light, water, and air pollution in the South Boulder Creek floodplain. The university is already big enough. It already significantly burdens the city infrastructure. Approving this annexation would radically damage all South Boulder neighborhoods, and I urge you to turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Marky. Okay, so let's go next with Lynn Siegel, followed by John Tianco, and then Ed Smutney. Lynn, you can unmute.
Yeah, first of all, I was reading just yesterday, about the Brutalist Denver 7 project, which is a large multi-story building that's being demoed to put in housing exclusively for renting by the room. Now, this is something that CU has done lately with Marpa House, as it changed from a communal kitchen and living area to 16 individual apartments of 3 bedrooms each that are rented individually as rooms. No family will ever live there, paying rent for each bedroom for their kids. This is the model of university housing, and this has come straight from 1996 when Dick Tharp cut a deal to buy this property in the first place. Dick Tharp became the athletic director of CU after that, and Dick Tharp was part owner of Liquor Mart, which was sold to WW Reynolds and doubled the value in its price in 2 years just recently. Now that space is being taken over by Core Spaces, a national student housing development project that will derive huge extortion from students in the form of these individual, either ELUs, which CU is proposing for this development, or rental by the room. So university housing is very stressful to a city like Boulder in inflating housing values and causing our homelessness. I find it so ironic that so many people here are talking about flooding and how CU is going to save them from flooding, when Ben Binder said it very clearly. CU caused the flooding with the levee, and they're making us pay to take down the levee. This is just outrageous. This whole situation is unbelievable. 93, they're planning, you know what they're planning on doing? Is doing residential housing on this site too. And
you'll have to wrap up because you're at your 2-minute limit. Thank
you. And they want that exit to go around Superior so that they aren't jamming up. This is jamming up the housing. Jamming up the transportation corridor at 93 and at Table Mesa. So they don't have these huge nexuses of transportation nightmares in Boulder. This is growth, raw growth.
Okay.
And that's the problem with this project.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, great. So next we'll go with John Tianco, and then Ed Smutney, and then Ron Forthofer. John, you can unmute.
Thank you. Yes, my name is John Tianco. Good job on the name. I am a very much of a skeptic on this annexation issue. I've been a Boulder resident since 1974. I've seen a lot of changes. But one of the things that really disturbs me is the amount of misinformation that's out there. Unfortunately, hearing the people from Fraser Meadows, they buy this idea that the only way you get flood mitigation is through annexation, and that is totally wrong. There is a plan for flood mitigation without annexation, but you're selling them fear is what you're doing. And this whole idea, what I see coming out, I don't get the Daily Camera, but I hear people that read it. What did I hear? I hear that, 70% of Boulder residents want this annexation. I find that hard to believe. I personally got over 200 signatures for the petition. None of those people were agreeing that they favor this. Now, how can I interview 200 people and read that in the paper, 70% of the people want this? There is so much misinformation out there. The Fraser Meadow people are part of that misinformation deal. They buy it, they drink your Kool-Aid. So listen, just slow down and listen to the voice of reason. Well, that's all I have to say, really. So.
Okay, well.
Everybody keep working.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, and the next speaker then will be Ed Smutney, followed by Ron Forthofer. Ed, if you're, yes, there you are. You should be able to unmute.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ed Smutney. I live in the Highview neighborhood, adjacent to the CU South property above it. First, I'd like to say that I am a strong proponent of public safety. Like, I feel like that should be #1 by far, like the highest priority. And it is, and I do see this as a hostage situation with the CU South land. And I do not feel like, the situation has that public safety and the public needs as #1, like what's good for the community. Everyone talked about traffic. There are things about the draft annexation plan that don't limit things enough, and CU being a sovereign entity, if it's not really detailed and careful, they'll run away with it. At least that's my fear, and it is a fear. The land, I don't see a time, but the land, there's no limit to the size of residences. There was this claim of 4,000 square feet. So for housing efficiency and helping that, we're gonna allow mansions on there or personal, I don't know what's going on. And the main thing I wanted to talk to, and unfortunately there's only 2 minutes, is the lack of community input. I was able to access the draft annexation plan 8 days ago when thankfully a community member emailed me the correct link. The mailing I got in the mail on Monday, last Monday, had an incorrect website listed. And at least it wasn't fixed until last Thursday, the latest, the earliest, because I checked Wednesday night and it still said page not found. The meeting that was held last Wednesday evening, there was barely any opportunity for public questions. They were through a chat, and no chance at all for follow-up question if the answer wasn't sufficient to the asker. So is that public engagement? I don't think so. This, having just 2 minutes. I looked online, there were a lot of emails sent in by the deadline 2 days ago, which was amazing because there was a limited amount of time to respond. Imagine how many you would get if there was another week or two, and how much precious feedback you would get that you could consider in this annexation plan. I request that we get at least 2 more weeks as a community, probably 3, to really review this, consider the impacts, congregate, meet, talk about it. This is a big deal.
So Ed, yeah, it's kind of coincidental that you mentioned the 2-minute thing because the timer disappeared for me. Gene?
I have a lot I could say.
You may have had some...
It didn't get started, this one. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, let's, since we don't know for sure, why don't you finish what your thought is? I think you've gone about 2.5 minutes, so.
Okay. So I'll wrap that up with, yeah, I fear that, and I realize that annexation, a certain kind of annexation could be beneficial to a lot of people. Right now, I see the only community benefit as being the land swap, and that's it, because it doesn't have enough guidelines and limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, next we'll go with Ron Forthofer, followed by Patricia Carden, and then Peter Dawson. Ron, if you're...
Dave, I'm not seeing a Ron Vorhofer, but I'm seeing a Ronald. So Ronald, I'm gonna I'll unmute you or allow you to unmute and let us know if you are Ronald Vorhofer.
Anybody want to lay bets?
Yes, I am.
Very good.
All right.
Yeah, this is Ron Forthover from 4900 Thunderbird Drive, apartment 646. Thanks for the opportunity to present my views. In a sense, residents of parts of South Boulder feel as if they're living on borrowed time. The 2013 flood devastated their area, and in the past 8 years, little has been done to lessen the impact of another flood in South Boulder. I lived in Houston for many years and saw a 100-year flood in the same area in both 1975 and 1976. As a former professor of statistics, I know that supposedly rare major events can reoccur in a relatively short period. Therefore, I strongly support the proposed agreement worked out between Boulder and CU, as it lays out a plan for more timely flood mitigation with limited development, including affordable housing that benefits both parties. For me, the key is the timely flood control measures. We need these measures sooner than later. We cannot afford to wait as we fear our borrowed time is rapidly running out. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Ron. We'll next go with Patricia Carden, then Peter Dawson, and then Jim Morris.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Carden, and I live at 350 Ponca Place in Boulder. Thank you to all who have worked so hard to present this outstanding update and overview of factors critical to the Planning Board's decision to support annexation of CU South property in their report to the City Council. As Mayor Sam Weaver has recently mentioned in recent meetings, safety is a primary responsibility of the city. And as a resident in the South Boulder community so hard hit in 2013, I urge your support by achieving this goal as well. And I would note, housing is another major concern in Boulder, and also for the University of Colorado itself. I support the plans presented and urge acceptance to potentially facilitate faculty recruitment in a city where many professors can no longer afford to live where they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay, the next speaker will be Peter Dawson, followed by Jim Morris, and then Bruce Plank. And I think after Bruce, we will take a 5-minute stretch break. So Peter Dawson, if you would like to unmute.
Peter, I'm seeing 2 different entries for you, so hopefully the right one. I'm just gonna allow you to unmute either. There you go.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah, good, okay. I'm Pete Dawson, resident of Boulder County for 43 years. And then for the past 6 years at Fraser Meadows Retirement Community. I read the materials and visited the site. I'm a member of the Resident Council, which is a group of 24 people who were elected by their peers to represent us and recommend how to administer this place. And I brought up to them that we should do something about this issue. The Resident Council voted unanimously to take a public position, and I'll express it. And 90% of us voted to support annexation. In 2013, the flood destroyed our assisted living building, and you've heard a lot of terrible stories. We were lucky not to have any deaths. We're not so lucky this week in Larimer County with 1 person dead and 3 missing in a flood. And we haven't been so lucky in Germany last week with 170 dead. We may get a 100-year flood sooner than we expect. So I urge you to support this annexation proposal. I also want to add a personal view that I'm glad to see housing being addressed It's such a shortage, and I've known so many people for whom that's a major headache. I also congratulate the city and the university for 2 years of negotiation, compromise, and hard work.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, let's go ahead and go with Jim Morris, followed by Bruce Plank.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm Jim Morris. I live in South Boulder. I oppose this annexation. I like this place. I like noticing patterns of cracks in the ice, the colors of sunset clouds, the calls of meadowlarks and frogs. Here are some quotes about nature and valuing it. Thoreau, in wildness is the preservation of the world. Muir, the sunshine flows not on us, but in us. The river flows not past us, but through us. Muir, as long as I live, I'll hear waterfalls and birds and winds. If there is magic in the world, it is contained in water, Lauren Isley. David Brower, you want a place where you can be serene, that if you need be, can stir you up as you were made to be stirred up, until you blend with the wind and water and earth you almost forgot you came from. Extinction is not something to contemplate, it is something to rebel against, Jonathan Schell. Develop a boundless ethic which contains all living things, Schweitzer. Sit by a river, find peace and meaning in the rhythm of the lifeblood of the earth. Visit wetlands, watch colors change at dawn and dusk, hear bird songs and the whir of wings. In leaning into the wind, we make ourselves receptive to the world's profuse beauty, and we become exuberant, more fully alive, Sandra Lubarsky. Immerse yourself in nature. Quietly listen, smell, watch, taste, and touch. Nurture your conscience, protect nature, defend the garden of your spirit. When the last individual of a race of living things breathes no more, another heaven and another earth must pass before such a one can be again. William Beebe. And we travel together, passengers on a little spaceship, dependent on its vulnerable supplies of air and soil, all committed for our safety to its security and peace, preserved from annihilation only by the care, the work, and I will say, the love we give our fragile craft. Adlai Stevenson. Please think of how connected we are to all of this and don't go for short-term profits. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, so let's go ahead and go with Bruce Plank next.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bruce Plank. I live in Tantra Lakes, very close to Tantra Drive. I'm urging the board to reject the draft annexation agreement at this point because I think it's extremely premature. The reason I say that is because while there are a lot of interesting aspects of it, many of which I agree with, the biggest problem is my understanding from reading the materials and hearing some of the speakers, including staff earlier, is that because there's no law, no regulations or any requirements that see you do anything to comply with city policy or state law or anything else, that anything that the city wants CU to do must be incorporated into this agreement. And if it's not, CU can go its merry way and do whatever they want. So I think it's extremely important that those things be pinned down. We can't have this draft agreement with so many things that are left out, undefined, not even considered. Let me give you one example. I live quite close to Tantra Drive, and mixed in with all the discussion about the transportation caps is the sort of somewhat subtle note that says Tantra will be used for bus traffic as a secondary route. Now, whatever bus traffic there is isn't going to be included in the transportation caps, apparently, so they could run a bus every 5 minutes up Tantra right through our neighborhood, and it has no effect on anything. That's simply one example of, there's so many loose ends that I think it's very much premature for the board or the council to adopt this annexation agreement at that point. Essentially what we're looking at is a big cul-de-sac of natural property. And I think that it's difficult to figure out where the roads are going to be, where the hub's going to be, or anything else. And that needs to be pinned down very clearly before this board can make a fair assessment and approve or deny it. I would suggest you recommend denial at this time until those questions are answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, so we are well over halfway through the people who have signed up in advance. And so when we get back from a 5-minute break, we'll hear from Ken Bytel, Mike Marsh, and Matt Benjamin in that order. I do see people are starting to raise their hands who might want to speak who didn't sign up in advance, and that's great. The one person who does have their hand up doesn't have a full name, so if you can figure out a way to put your G-Man, if you can figure out a way to put your full name there, it'll help Jean to be more confident in unmuting or allowing you to unmute. So with that, we will be back at exactly 9:30. And as we're gathering, I will just say that I noticed we got an email from a community member asking about our breaks. We've found that with Zoom and with sitting in our places in our homes and trying to concentrate, that actually we kind of need a little bit more frequent breaks, and it's been discussed on planning boards. So I appreciate the community bearing with us. I know it means that you don't have something going on for a few minutes, but for health and well-being of our board members, we feel we need these breaks, and appreciate you your understanding on that. So with that, I will check to see, first of all, if people are coming back. 1, 2, 3. I think, Brian, are you with us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's Brian. And then do I see Crystal? Give it just a second for Crystal to get on, and then we'll get going. And Jean, I guess you could queue up Ken Bytel for us while we're waiting for.
Yes.
Great. Let's see, is Crystal on our interface, or did Comcast kick her off? Maybe when she turns off video, her internet connection kicks her off. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing her on there.
I'm not seeing her on participants waiting to come in.
You want me to call her?
That'd be great. I appreciate it when people have other members' cell phones handy.
I just heard from her. She goes, "Here I go again, trying to get on. I'm watching.
Okay.
I'm watching for her. She's trying to get on."
Great. Hopefully it will be just another crazy situation with Comcast. I have a fiber connection right to this, my little fiber connection is right by this computer.
She's trying to get back on. It is exactly what you said, that when she closes off for the break, it kicks her off. So she's trying to get back on.
Interesting. Okay. Well, this will probably be the last time for tonight, and then maybe we can figure out if there's a different way to sleep the computer when we're on break. Apologies for the delay, everybody. We'll get there. We don't want any of the board members to miss out. Yeah, I was saying I have a fiber connection right to this computer, and it's so nice. And then a few weeks ago when I was visiting my family, I didn't have that, and it was a complete disaster. You get used to it. Good.
I'm going to text her back.
I guess she'll appear on the participants in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
You see her? Good.
Yep. I'm
Yep,
looking
there
at
she
her
is.
right now.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, Crystal, I see your box on the screen. And I see your face. Great. So you should be with us. All right, Ken, you can go ahead and unmute and address the board.
Oh, great. Thank you, David. I actually have a presentation with Cindy, if she wouldn't mind pulling that up.
Oh, great. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. We'll start the timer after that comes up. Good. Cindy got it up really fast after technical difficulties. All right. Here we go.
Thank you, David. Thanks, Cindy. Ken Bytel, the Chair of Wilderness Conservation and Table Mesa resident. Thanks also for the opportunity to speak. I represent more than 800 citizens in favor of the creation of the Meadowlark open space at CU South. With your permission, let's consider what are the legal risks of this proposal. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the proposed Meadowlark open space. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. So the annexation proposal creates considerable federal legal risk and therefore must be rejected. Reads the presentation to City Council on June 12th last year, page 21. Let's take a closer look at those legal risks. Next slide, please. The annexation proposal is incompatible with the Endangered Species Act. More details on page 26 of the attached document. Next slide, please. Likewise, it is incompatible with the Federal Clean Water Act. Why do these legal risks matter? Defense of endangered species at CU South and South Boulder Creek State Natural Area may trigger years of project delay or outright project rejection, taking everything back to square one. Public safety, City Council originally wanted 500-year flood protection, as did residents, but after a stern letter from CU, City Council reduced protection to a mere 100-year level to allow CU enough buildable land for a massive campus. As planning board members, your key role might be safeguarding public safety. Is there a higher priority? 500-year flood protection can be built within 3 years and at 1/3 the cost to taxpayers by rejecting the annexation proposal tonight and recommending a CU North land swap. Or tonight you could vote yes to just 100-year flood protection and potential years of legal delay. Thank you for voting for public safety and 500-year flood control.
Thank you, Ken. And we did receive the presentation, so can go through the remaining slides as well. So with that, we will turn it over to Mike Marsh, who will be followed by Matt Benjamin and then Ron Depew.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Cindy, I'm going to forego my slides tonight, if that's okay. I'm Mike Marsh in Martin Acres. And you know, as I've been listening to the conversation tonight, it occurs to me to reflect on whether we as a city and a society are still capable of critical analysis and critical thinking. In science, you may enter into something with a hypothesis, but in the face of new data, you have to be able to admit your initial hypothesis was inaccurate and then modify your theory. I understand the concern of people in Fraser Meadows, but did it register with all of us that 70% of the damage in the South Boulder Creek drainage way had nothing to do with South Boulder Creek? It was from groundwater infiltration, local runoff, etc. Imagine how silly we're going to feel if we spend all these public dollars and agree to something that causes this much congestion, traffic, ecosystem, and open space impact, only to find out that, heaven forbid, in the face of another flood, Fraser Meadows still gets 3/4 of the damage it got in 2013. I mean, does that register? And that's not some group's talking point. That's the city's and FEMA's 2014 report on the actual sources of damage in the 2013 flood. People have touted affordable housing. Does it register? Then rather than helping our housing situation, CU South is actually going to add 2,800 people without housing to Boulder's housing equation. And CU's traffic study that was not just counted, that did not just count traffic during a pandemic. They further waited and waited until after CU and Boulder Valley School District had gone totally remote before counting traffic. And so we proceed with these things and accept as carte blanche items that are either false or gerrymandered or simply not true. Please reject this annexation agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. The next speaker will be Matt Benjamin. And while he's getting queued up, Crystal, if you could unmute and just say the word hello, it would move your screen onto the top and we'd all be able to see you. At least I would.
Hello.
There you go. Thank you. Now we'll turn it over to Matt Benjamin. You can go ahead and unmute.
Members of the planning board and the Boulder community, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Matt Benjamin and I live off Table Mesa. I want to express my support for the draft annexation agreement between the city and CU Boulder. Even though this is one of the most complex negotiations the city has ever embarked on, and through the thousands of hours of work and nearly a decade of public input, this still comes down to a very simple question of values. Do we value life? And do we have an obligation to protect the lives of nearly 2,500 people? I value life. I know and expect each of you on planning board to value those lives as well. These residents, our neighbors, friends, grandparents, and coworkers are no safer today than they were 8 years ago. Just look at Europe and China. They are experiencing catastrophic flooding like we did. These extremes will certainly come back to Boulder sooner rather than later. Since the 2013 flood, we have had 3 presidents, and NASA designed, built, launched, and landed the Perseverance rover on Mars, of which many CU researchers and students worked on. It's also a helpful reminder that at the same time frame, we have not dug an ounce of dirt toward building flood protection. By the time the flood protection gets built, kids born the year of the flood in 2013 will be close to starting high school. With this draft agreement, we can change the narrative and put Boulder on a path to providing the essential flood protections our neighbors need. Perhaps we can beat NASA this time around by having flood protections in place before their next rover and sample return mission arrives at Mars in 2028. This agreement contains an immensely long list of community benefits and has met or exceeded all the criteria that were defined by the guiding principles stated in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. This agreement isn't perfect, but it is undoubtedly the best deal the city can get. It is time we move forward and allow the thousands in harm's way the confidence to sleep a little easier than they have in the last 8 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. All right, so now we'll hear from Ron Depew, followed by Brett Sawyer, and then Tim Hogan. Ron, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, I should be.
There you are.
All right, this is Ron Depew. I've lived in Martin Acres for 38 years. I'm not representing any group. 2 items in the draft annexation agreement are vague and need to be tightened up. First, each way in and out of CU South constitutes a trip. When both ways are counted, the English language has a phrase for that. We call it a round trip, but nowhere in the annexation agreement does the phrase round trip appear. So it therefore follows that, for example, the 5,500 daily trip cap for South Loop Drive means 2,750 trips in and 2,750 trips out. But this needs to be defined in the definitions section at the beginning of the agreement. Otherwise, CU might say that they actually meant 5,500 round trips, which would actually mean 11,000 daily trips on the South Loop Road. Second, it's good that the annexation agreement says that as CU South is built in stages and begins to open in stages, each stage must meet the trip cap compliance before the next stage can be built. But the only trip cap number mentioned in the annexation agreement for South Loop Road, for example, is 5,500 daily trips. But that's for when the entire site is totally built out. The point is, when the site is 25% built and 25% of the site opens, it should have to be in compliance with a trip cap of 25% of 5,500, which is 1,375 trips for South Loop Drive. But nowhere is this clarified in the annexation agreement. Unless it is, CU may say when the site is 25% built out, hey, we're only at 4,000 daily trips. And since that's not 5,500 trips, we're allowed to move on to the next phase of construction. When in actuality, they'll be grossly over the fractional proportional trip cap for the percentage of campus that's actually been built. This needs to be clearly defined. I'd also like to comment on the lack of communication about this whole thing from the city, particularly city council, but I've not gotten any emails, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ron. And next,
I gotta be done.
Let's see, that was Ron, wasn't it?
This is Ron. Yep.
Yes, thank you, Ron. I was just making sure I was on the right line of our thing here. Thank you, Ron Depew. Okay, so next we'll have Brett Sawyer, followed by Tim Hogan and Karen Holwick.
Dave, Brett Sawyer let us know that he had to jump off the meeting.
Okay.
So Tim Hogan will be up.
Here we go. Tim, hopefully you'll be able to unmute. Okay, there I see you. You should be able to unmute now.
Oh, good.
Oops, you're muted again. Now you're unmuted. We're still not hearing you, Tim.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, good. There are profound moral choices to be made concerning our decisions on the South Boulder Creek floodplain. The story on the annual Christmas bird count and what it portends concerning environmental degradation should give us all pause. Despite the wealth of protected lands in the county and a citizenry attuned to their conservation values, we are failing in our efforts to preserve wild nature. Two of these studies make the case that to address the central issue of our times, to halt and reverse the current ecocidal course, fully half the planet needs to be set aside for wild nature. Audacious as proposals to secure half the planet as biodiversity preserves may once have sounded, the best conservation science tells us this is what is necessary if the specter of the sixth extinction and climate chaos is to be averted. The ecological benefits of a wetland complex at the base of 136 square miles of Front Range Basin is not to be ignored. The habitat of South Boulder Creek serves as reservoirs for wild nature, harboring lush vegetation along with their attendant bird and animal communities. These ecosystems serve as critically important sinks for greenhouse gases. The advent of the COVID-19 virus has only highlighted the impacts of humanity across the planet. It has opened our eyes and hopefully our hearts to the plight of Mother Earth, recalling the old rule of wild medicines. Where the danger grows, grows also that which heals. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, next we'll have Karen Holweg, followed by Scott Sternberg, and then Peter Mayer. Hopefully, Karen, you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm Karen Holweg, and I'm a resident of South Boulder. I have 3 quick points I'd like to make. The first has to do with the open space other or open space zone on the map. CU will provide 44 acres of open space other. On the other hand, they are asking the city to pay $2,800,000 to purchase 75 acres at a profit to CU. I believe that's a little bit different than their providing 119 acres of open space. Secondly, CU has agreed to abide by the city's lightings and noise standards. But for instance, the standards for sports fields in the city code allow sports fields to have 8 times the number of lumens allowed for a gas station or car dealership. That's an incredibly bright impact. And with no site plan, it's hard to know where the sport field will be located. But it seems clear that the level of lighting, though in compliance with the city code, would certainly not be compatible with the exceptional state natural area that's adjacent to the CU property. The third point, very briefly, is that I believe there should be no net increase in traffic during peak periods. The reason why is that the intersections surrounding this property are already at or very near capacity. So there's no capacity for increasing traffic at peak periods, and there needs to be a special standard for the peak periods of traffic, not just the average traffic throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, let's go with Scott Sternberg next, followed by Peter Mayer, and then Eric Budd.
Dave, I do not see Scott Sternberg in the meeting. Scott, if you're here and under a different name, please let me know.
Okay, so then maybe we can hear from Peter Mayer at this point. And we'll loop back to Scott, and we still have Heather from way back, but I haven't heard that Heather joined us. Heather Kelly.
Hi, this is Peter Mayer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Peter Mayer, 1339 Hawthorne. I am the co-chair of Plan Boulder County. First, I want to take a moment to thank all of the thousands of citizens and volunteers who have worked to preserve open space, protect threatened species, and prevent encroachment and development into our last undisturbed floodplain over the last 50 years. We have documented citizens, boards, councils, and commissioners' efforts to protect this land dating back to 1972. CU South is an incredibly important property with huge environmental value, a property that has been the subject of intense debate for 50 years. Tonight, you're asked to make one of the most important decisions that will ever be made by any Boulder planning board, the decision to annex the gateway to our city and to encroach into our last undeveloped floodplain. How is this decision being handled? Sadly, with a hasty and rushed process and an incomplete and deeply flawed annexation agreement that neither you nor the public has had adequate time to review or to digest. The annexation agreement is not complete enough or clear enough, and more work is needed. Please, for the love of Boulder, do not make a hasty recommendation based on what is obviously an unfinished agreement. The rushed draft CU South annexation agreement was not provided to the public until about 5 p.m. Monday on July 12th, a mere 10 days ago. You've heard many of the serious reasons why this agreement is flawed tonight. You have received written comment, extraordinary written comment that was prepared in a remarkably short period of time by a dedicated group of volunteers. These are not people who are being paid. CU staff, they're being paid to tell you, why you should accept this annexation agreement. The citizens who have worked on this for 50 years have done this because they love Boulder and they care about not encroaching in the floodplain. Please heed the thousands of people who have signed a petition, who would like to have a vote upon an annexation agreement, and who would also like to have an annexation agreement that actually includes a site plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, next we have Eric Budd, then Katie Farnan, and then Stephen Tilling.
Dave, we do have Scott Sternberg here.
All right, well, let's do Scott first. Eric, he'll be up after Scott.
You should be able to speak.
Yes, hello.
Good on you, I just got.
Yes, you can hear me now, yes?
You can.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Scott Sternberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Boulder Economic Council, 2440 Pearl Street. I think it was mentioned earlier this evening that the word of the night is stamina. So thank you for your stamina. But I would also say thank you to all of those that came before us and the stamina that they've exhibited in carrying this issue over the decades. And just the recognition that all of us need to exhibit stamina going forward as this program and as this proposal goes forward into the next decade. So as we were so vividly reminded in 2013, these conditions upstream can have dramatic impacts on resources downstream. This agreement will provide the 80 acres of land to the city, allowing them to begin building the 45 flood protections for the residents downstream. You know, with the increased intensity of severe weather events that have been demonstrated recently from climate change, flood mitigation needs to be a priority that must be addressed sooner rather than later. One of the greatest economic challenges facing Boulder is the availability of workforce housing. The proposed development will fill a much needed gap by easing housing pressure throughout Boulder by introducing a greater range of housing options, enabling employees to live where they work. These residents will have both a direct and indirect impact on our economy through their increased participation in local community events. Lastly, the agreement further upholds and codifies the shared values outlined in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. The creation of open space, recreational facilities, and pathways will be appropriately woven into the landscape, thus creating a smooth transition between our residential and natural environments. Please consider my comments and act to forward this agreement as it strikes both a thoughtful and appropriate balance amongst a great number of Boulder stakeholders. And again, thank you all for your personal stamina this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, next we have Eric Budd, followed by Katie Farnan and Stephen Tling. Eric, you can unmute as soon as you see
I
that.
am not seeing Eric in the meeting.
Okay, well then let's skip on to Katie Farnan and we'll see if Eric shows up.
Hello, my name is Katie. I am here to urge support for the CU South annexation. I moved to the Boulder area in 2014, and the first conversations I recall having with my South Boulder neighbors at that time were stories of what happened the year before we arrived. This is an opportunity to protect the region from that devastation in the future with a partner, CU, who already owns the land and has made a lot of effort to work out an agreement with area residents and the needs of the region. Flood protections for the 2,300 people who live in this area are needed, as they are at the highest risk for flooding in the future. And as we've seen over the past few years, environmental emergencies are becoming more frequent and more deadly. In addition, in this plan, up to 5 acres of this land will be allocated to affordable housing, which is another key priority of the city if it hopes to meet its housing goals. And for me, that is hugely important and a big reason why I support this as well. I also want to point out that this is a binding agreement. It spells out the ways in which CU will be adopting city regulations, for instance, adhering to the 55-foot height limit. What this comes down to is protection of life and property from flooding, and CU has committed to offering over 100 acres to flood mitigation and open space. Please approve the annexation plan and protect the residents of South Boulder. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, so with the exception of Heather Kelly and Eric Budd, who we skipped over for the time being, we have 3 more speakers that have signed up. The first will be Stephen Tleen, then Ellen Franconi, and then Paula Mosley. So let's start with Stephen.
Dave, Eric Budd is here now. He was here, it was just a different name. So I'll allow him as I have him queued up, and then we can do
Great. Okay, then we'll do Eric first and then go to Stephen Tleen. Eric, you can unmute.
Thanks so much. Sorry for the technical difficulty.
Your voice just cut out.
Thanks so much. I'm Eric Budd. I live in Martin Acres. Thanks so much for the city planning board and council to take on this really massive project with the CU South annexation. It's been a multi-year effort, and I really appreciate that. You know, the most critical thing here is flood protection for people in South Boulder who are at risk, and I'm glad that there's an agreement on the table that's going to provide that, as well as just a lot of other amenities, which are, you know, providing the really needed housing in this community for not just the university, but people associated with the university, putting open space into our system. I think these are all huge benefits that the city's getting. I want to really focus on the transportation aspects, which, you know, I live on Moorhead, or I live very close to Moorhead. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the commitment of the trip cap from CU. You know, I think a lot of the concern is that Moorhead will be used as a thoroughfare for travel between the CU South site and the university. I think this is a good first step. I would love to see the city provide even more benefits to the neighborhood by even considering how we can reconfigure that street to be better for transit, provide protected bikeways, and really make this you know, an improvement to the whole neighborhood and an improvement to South Boulder overall. So I really appreciate you all taking this on. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, and thanks to Stephen for being on hold there. Stephen Tilling, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name's Stephen Tilleen. I live in the Keewaydon Meadows area, a Boulder neighborhood that did flood during 2013. And I thank you for the opportunity to address the board. The current version of this agreement contains many vague and contradictory clauses regarding the city's protections and binding obligations that need to be clarified and that were glossed over in the city and CU summary overviews tonight. However, this agreement also contains a glaring omission: recognition of the citizens' initiative that, if passed by voters in November, would give Boulder's voters the right to approve the final agreement. Given that the citizen initiative collected enough certified signatures to be on the November ballot, and that both the City Council and CU knew that the initiative signatures had been certified before they completed the agreement, before the agreement was made available for public comment, and before the first reading in council, a clause needs to be added to the agreement that clearly recognizes that this agreement will not take effect until after the November 2021 elections. And if the citizens' initiative passes, it is subject to the results of a citywide election on the agreement itself. Adding a clause to this effect will allow City Council to approve and take credit for the agreement while still acknowledging and enabling the citizen initiative to proceed to a vote in November. If the council approves an agreement without a clause to this effect, the issue will not be that the agreement was approved before the November election. The issue will be that the council acted in bad faith by negotiating and approving the agreement after they knew this initiative met the criteria to be on the November ballot. I'm asking the planning board to do two things: send this agreement back to the negotiators to correct the vague and contradictory clauses and language, and recommend that the negotiators add a clause to the agreement recognizing the certified citizen initiative, one that clearly states that if the initiative passes in November, that this agreement is subject to the initiative conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, next we have Ellen Franconi and Paula Mosley. Ellen?
Hi, thank you. My name is Ellen Franconi. I live at 1216 Aikens Way in South Boulder, so I'm right near the project. I am against the proposed CU South annexation agreement. I think it presents high risk in cost to the city residents. My biggest concern is that the plan only provides a 100-year level floodplain protection for Fraser Meadow residents. And I'm also concerned that 100-year level is based on historic data, and it really can't be used to establish the probability of future flooding events. And as you're probably aware, last week there was not one, but 2 1,000-year flooding events that occurred, one in Germany, one in China, each with devastating effects and immense reconstruction costs. They're only now getting a handle on, but it's on the order of billions of dollars. And with climate change, we're going to see more of these. There was an article published in Reuters today about flooding and climate vulnerability. And it stated that such storms could be 14 times more frequent by the end of the century. And this is a big, long-lasting investment, and we need to future-proof it. And we also need to protect Fraser Meadows from future events. So that 14 times more frequent, that means that 1,000-year level protection in the past will be worth 70 years at the end of the century. What does that mean now? I just think things have changed since CU came into possession of that property back in the 90s. It's a huge development that butts a floodplain. And I just urge you to consider the impact of climate change and considering the value at risk with the current plan. It's really the socially and economically responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Okay, so before we go to Paula Mosley, I'm just taking a look over here at our attendees list, and I see 3 hands up so far. So we'll call on those 3 people after Paula. And the first person is still G-Man. So if there's any way you can put your real name either on there or Q&A it to Jean. G-Man sounds familiar from previous meetings, so it's probably in your login profile. And then I now see another person, so I'll start calling on people after Paula speaks. So Paula Mosley, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, thank you. It seems like the annexation train left the station before the residents of Boulder even had a chance to weigh in. How did this happen? Why? In effect, it appears that the city decided to annex CU South and then notify the people of Boulder that they could be heard. We can express our concerns about how it should happen, but apparently not if it should happen. If the annexation agreement proceeds, it must be made ironclad. As it stands, it is far too vague. One area in the draft that needs tightening is regarding what happens if the city can't build the dam. The language is so vague, it's almost like if we can't build the dam, we're going to ask CU to maybe let us out of the agreement. Well, we need really strong language like the city shall not be obligated to provide services to CU if we can't get the permits. The city shall be relieved of all obligations in this annexation agreement. We really need to tighten up these things because, you know, I love CU. I graduated from CU, but I don't believe they have the best interests of the citizens of Boulder or the city of Boulder in mind. If CU, it appears that CU is holding the flood mitigation area hostage in order to be allowed to develop its property. If the university wanted to help protect Boulder from future floods, it could simply sell the mitigation area to the city, or better yet, donate it. It feels like we're being bullied into accepting an unnecessary development in South Boulder. Why aren't we asking CU to infill on their other existing properties? Why is the idea of densifying? Why isn't the idea of densifying being promoted? Sadly, CU is actually proposing to sprawl further across town. It makes no sense, and it's inconsistent with the comp plan and the will of the people who support the goals of the comp plan. I strongly urge you, if it has to go through, to make sure that it's written in such a fashion that we get everything we need. We don't leave anything to question. I think there are other ways to go about this. No one
Paula, you'll have to wrap up the thought.
We need flood mitigation. We don't need a development like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Okay, so Gina, we'll go over to the participants list with people with raised hands now. Are we okay putting G-Man on and getting a name and address?
Yep, there we go. G-Man, I think you've been with this board before. You should be able to unmute.
I see that you're able to unmute if you're there.
Perhaps G-Man stepped away for a moment.
Okay, well, let's go on and move on to Dorothy Cohen, followed by Mike Chiropoulos and Cleela. And then I have a Paul Coleman who was promoted to be able to speak earlier, but somehow I don't have him on the list. So we'll check on that after Sela, I guess. So first, let's go then to, Dorothy Cohen.
My name is Dorothy Cohen. I live on Elm Avenue in Martin Acres, and I've lived here for over 40 years. My crawl space was flooded in the 2013 flood. The traffic study that was done was not done at a proper time. The traffic since I've moved here has increased so much. The overflow to Moorhead is going to be make it impossible to get out of the neighborhood. Adding all those trips a day is not going to make it livable in Boulder to get around. People don't use public transportation, and the number of residents in one car, one person, one trip is impossible. Let's make sure that we have a plan that works for both the citizens of Boulder and CU, and not have it just be on the side of CU. Thank you for all your work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Okay, and then let's hear from Mike Chiropoulos next.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
We're ready to launch. Thanks to everyone for serving and bringing the planning perspective to this enormous land use and planning issue. My biggest message is, if this is the best alternative for Boulder under the BVCP and our community values for CU and everything else, let's go with it. But before we move forward on annexation, let's compare it against a north campus at the planning reserve, which would be at zero cost to taxpayers, a value for value exchange based on the 230 some acres that the city owns at the planning reserve. 3 reasons I think that needs to be looked at. Number 1, public safety. 100 versus 500 year plan. We keep hearing how many people and homes will be protected. 500 will protect 1,800 more people, 800 more homes, 450 more structures. If CU doesn't develop at the site, the cost difference between 100 and 500 year is $6 million. 41 million versus 47 million, 16%. When the 2013 flood damage was, I believe, 64%, 25 million in the 500 year zone versus 9 million, 30 some percent in the 100 year. That looks like a great investment. Number 2, I'm going to make John Gerstle smile. Aldo Leopold's first rule of intelligent tinkering: keep all the parts. If CU develops in land that would be needed for 500 year today, it's not available if it turns out we need it. 3, jobs housing. It looks to me with 750 square feet of non-residential and 840 new students next year. The 1,100 housing units will make the jobs housing imbalance worse on the whole, and there's more flexibility at the reserve for more housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, so have we heard from G-Man yet, Jean?
Not yet.
Okay, let's go with Paul Coleman.
Hello again. My name is Paul Coleman. I live at 3555 Silver Plume Court in Shanahan Ridge. It's been an interesting discussion. I've heard a lot of contradictory opinions, contradictory facts. So you guys have a good challenge to sort this all out. It seems to me most of the people who are for the annexation are concerned about flooding in a completely different area. They're not concerned about what happens on that property. They're concerned about their own homes. And CU is taking total advantage of this. It's like Stockholm syndrome. It's just crazy that the city apparently is in a very poor negotiating position, where we cannot just say, let's deal with the flooding rather than let's have urban sprawl so we can deal with the flooding. CU should infill. We had another speaker just a few minutes ago said this. CU should infill. They should not be spreading out across the county. They're already spread out far enough. They got plenty of open space on the main campus, on the east campus, at Williams Village. They should be building there. What happened to our walkable neighborhoods, our 15-minute neighborhoods? That's not what they're going to build there. So get people out of their cars. We need to stop burning fossil fuels, and this development is car centric. It's just classic, let's burn more gas. So I think there's better solutions, and you need to look for them, and CU needs to look for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, so we have two outstanding people who have raised their hands. One was Heather Kelly, who was actually signed up, and one was G-Man. So this is kind of the last call because we don't seem to have any other hands up unless you see something, Jean.
I don't. I'm working to try to unmute G-Man, but it's not working. So.
Well, G-Man appeared on a box, so that means he or she has had the ability to do that for several minutes now. So yeah. Okay, great. So I wish I could remember who G-Man was. I know we've been addressed by G-Man before.
All right. No, he never. I don't think he or she ever came off mute.
Oh, maybe that was the same kind of a situation last
Twice. This is twice now. He's gotten us.
Okay, we're being punked. Okay, so with that, with all apologies if G-Man is real. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn to the applicants, Derek and Abby, to see if you would like to provide any response to things you've heard during the public testimony tonight.
Great, thanks so much. We would love to provide a response. First of all, I want to thank everyone for your comments tonight. We're a longstanding partner in the community, and we value the opportunity to be part of this monumental negotiation without precedent. By annexing CU Boulder South, the City of Boulder and CU Boulder can protect lives through urgently needed flood mitigation and help alleviate Boulder's severe housing shortage. We also appreciate hearing the concerns tonight about what our plans are for the site, but I want to assure you that everything we're doing is focused on protecting people, not selling the land to a private developer. We urge the planning board of residents to reject the set of false choices that some of the opponents have introduced and repeated continuously over the last few years. We can have flood protection and continued public access. We can protect the landscape and build a new community that's designed for a fossil fuel-free world. I also want to reiterate that this agreement is a result of thousands of hours of working together. CU and the city have agreed to more than 80 pages worth of binding commitments. This is not a rushed process. It has entailed thousands of hours of discussions, public outreach, research, staff evaluation, and public scrutiny. There will be more public engagement to come before city council consideration later this summer. I do want to compliment city staff, the planning board, and the public for digging into what is definitely a difficult and complex agreement, and remind the board and the community that many of the concerns that we've heard tonight are directly and explicitly addressed in the annexation agreement. I would also welcome the community to visit our CU South Boulder website, which is located at www.colorado.edu/CU Boulder South. This has a comprehensive set of FAQs on the agreement. We heard tonight that traffic, housing, open space, habitat protection, climate change, and restoration are key values for the community and the planning board. We share those values, and your feedback is really appreciated. We will continue to work to finalize the details of the agreement based on your input. On the question of climate change, I want to reiterate that this agreement will allow a significant number of our faculty, staff, and students who currently drive for miles to get to campus to now drive minutes. This will reduce vehicle miles traveled and significant carbon dioxide emissions every year. We've also heard many concerns about the traffic impacts of development at the CU Boulder South, which is why we've created a strong and creative trip cap program that will limit the impacts with phases of development. We are committed to robust transportation demand management principles and the development of a multimodal hub, which we will share and have shared with the Transportation Advisory Board. I also want to state that increasing our supply of attainable housing for our affiliates in Boulder aligns not only with our sustainability goals, but also with our community's diversity, equity, and inclusion goals. We want to be able to attract faculty, students, and staff to our campus and our community. This annexation provides an incredible opportunity for open space. 119 acres will be preserved in alignment with the goals of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. 36 acres of the site will be dedicated for flood mitigation, and development of the site will be limited to roughly 1/3 of the entire site. In closing, I really want to thank the city staff, especially Phil Kleisler and Joe Tadeucci, for their partnership in reaching this important milestone. I want to thank city council members and the public for their continued input and engagement. Your input has been incredibly valuable. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight, and we look forward to further discussions with the planning board next week. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, great. Thank you, Abby and Derek. We appreciate that. And thank you also to all of the public who came to speak to us tonight. We've very much enjoyed all of the input that we've heard. And with that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing portion of the evening. And it's, gosh, it's 10:20. That's not too bad and compared to some of our historic meetings that we've had. So, I'm sure I'll be seeing most of you here again, and we'll all be seeing most of you here again next week. So with that, since we'll be doing our deliberation at a continuance next week, we can move along to the matters of the planning board, planning director, and city attorney. So in terms of matters from planning board, I'll start us off because I have matters. So I wanted to just run by, I sent the board a little spoiler alert on how I was thinking maybe we could do deliberation next week. And I thought I'd just let y'all respond if you have any response. We have 3 key issues. Under 3 key issue 1, I thought we could think about going around the horn for each of the major areas, which be a total of 9, including all the guiding principles, and then 1 round the horn for all of the remaining BVCP policies. Key issues 2 and 3, I thought could be done with a single round. And I thought we could do them with a kind of a negative polling, just to see if people have major concerns, and then go around the table to see what the comments are. Now, each of those would be preceded, I should have said this in order, by Phil Kleisler putting up a slide to kind of summarize the key issue and maybe kind of put context around it, and that would open us up for additional questions. So that slide would go up, say on the general guiding principles would be the first one. We'd all look at that, ask our remaining questions, and then go into that deliberation. We could do that in order. Does that seem reasonable? Are people happy with that? Sarah? Oops, you froze.
I froze. I'm back though.
There you go.
So first of all, I'd just like to say that I think that pre-agreeing, I mean, at the beginning of the meeting to a two-night meeting was exactly the right decision. And whenever we have these kinds of major projects in front of us, I recommend we consider that as often as we need to. In terms of your suggestion on presentation, I'd like to offer just an addendum to that, which would be, rather than starting with the 3 key issues, I wonder if we could start, please, with a once around the horn, where we can put on the table concerns, questions, issues that we want to make sure we discuss, and not be completely limited by the structure of the 3 key issues. They will plug into the 3 key issues, but my guess is that there's going to be a number of issues where there's overlapping concern or interrelated concerns, and to be limited by, item 4A-C1 might inhibit our ability to have a really robust discussion that might move us towards some common decisions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we could think about that. Now, I'm just wondering though. They aren't particularly detailed. Those nine or 10 areas aren't completely very detailed. For example, in the guiding principles, we would talk about general principles. Then, the open space, the PK the buildable, it's laid out in transportation, they fall into general categories. So, but if you think, so you're thinking though, a more just like an overall round the table would allow people to.
I think it'll help us to sort ourselves into those guideline categories.
Okay, I guess as long as we're careful. One thing though, what about though, like the questions on each of the categories? Because I thought the questions might fall nicely, but I guess we could start with just overall questions at the beginning then.
Well, I'm not trying to not do what you're suggesting. I'm just suggesting that at the beginning, as we've done before, that got a bunch of smart people at the table who bring a lot of different concerns and have heard the public and read the material through their own area of interest and expertise. And it would be really helpful to hear what each of us is highlighting, and then we can try to sort it into the three main questions. That's my.
It sounds sounds like you're asking for two things. One is like really just like, do we want to do a round at the beginning to make sure we hear what people have to say, and then two, and maybe this is a different way of phrasing your question, like maybe everybody can just be responsible for seeing if any concerns that they have or things they want to discuss somehow don't fit into three key issues, and then you can raise those.
Exactly.
As an additional key issue.
That's just fine. Okay, so yeah, I think that works out well in terms of a plan, and then we can just hopefully not duplicate ourselves once we dive into the key issues. That's great. John.
Yeah, I generally agree with Sarah. I think it's fine to deal with the issues as framed by staff, but there will certainly be others that are not completely in those three issues that staff have raised that are relevant for us to talk about. And so whether that happens at the beginning of the discussion or the end, I think is less important, but we need to have that opportunity.
That's interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, and you just said something that maybe people would want to consider, which is, would it be good to see if everything, what fits into the key issues, and then have a sweep at the end for anything we didn't fit. I have no opinion on which is better. And Sarah, you wanted to do it up front, so.
I think Brian said it very clearly on my behalf. So thank you, Brian. Just that it helps. I think it does help us to see where, and there might be issues that someone brings up that there's just zero other board member interest in discussing, and then we can let that go. But there might be issues where we have a lot of common ground, and
okay.
I think it's just helpful for framing the following discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we may even, and you're right. I mean, we've actually hit on things like, kind of a structure of let's make a list of say recommendations that we want to consider as we go through. So during that initial round, we might kind of figure out how we want to do that kind of housekeeping as we go through. Okay, so we'll do that. Any other suggestions? Okay, it's nice to know a week in advance how we're going to deliberate. So yeah, I agree, Sarah. I think that this was interesting. And one thing that I also think about, well, this is kind of getting into debrief. So let's wait for the debrief and actually do one. The other thing on deliberation is last week we experimented with spinning a wheel to see who talks first. Do you like that, or would you rather just raise your hand, have people raise hands? I don't care. I remember when I was new to the board, I really wanted to fall into different places in the speaking lineup, but it just doesn't seem to be so important now that we're virtual. So I'll just let anybody who has an opinion say it. Otherwise, we'll just go by raise hands and just make sure everybody speaks.
I like raised hands.
Okay, cool. Great. And then, so that's all I had from matters from the planning board. Any other matters from planning board? Erin, I think
Crystal does. I think Crystal did.
Oh, Crystal, I'm sorry.
Oh, good job.
Well, thank
David.
Thank you. Very kind. So I know, Charles, anything from the planning director or Cindy in terms of matters?
Nothing from staff this evening.
Okay. Jacob? Thanks for hanging in there. All right. Thanks, Cindy. Thanks, Gene.
I got one thing.
Yes.
I was in the process of texting this to Crystal, but I'm just going to say it out loud that way. It was getting long. And just so folks at home know this too, if they're still listening, this will be available. Tonight's meeting will be available hopefully Friday, tomorrow, but it might not be till Monday because I'm at the mercy of the communications department to get it to me. And then I send it over to TBA to load it onto the website and everything. So it just takes, it's a little bit extra process, but we try to get it on there Friday, but it might be Monday morning. And we will have audio and video as well for you on the website. So we'll have it available.
Great.
Okay.
All right. And then as far as city attorney, Aaron, I think if you would take a minute just to give us any guidance on how we should conduct ourselves in deliberation on this legislative matter, that would be useful.
Sure. This is a legislative matter, not a quasi-judicial application. So although the public hearing has been closed, you may still hear from members of the public or see emails. So when the board reconvenes next week, if there's new information that you'd like to rely on or you think should be known to other board members, you can introduce it into the record next week. And I will also be joining you next week because Hella Panawig will be on vacation still. So I look forward to seeing you all again.
Well, we really appreciate your support tonight, Aaron. So thanks so much for that. Any questions on that? I think it's pretty straightforward, right? Okay, great. Yeah, in terms of debrief, anyone have a debrief comment?
I'll just say it was awesome to hear from so many members of the community.
Yeah. I enjoyed driving the public comment too. I think that was a nice way to kind of have the board interact. It didn't really occur to me until this week for some reason. We've been doing it, I've been doing it that way. So another thing I just wanted to bring up, just to think about is, I think for the public, having us limit the time for questions really gave them a very concrete time the public comment starts. And it kind of kept us really disciplined in raising our most important questions quickly and clearly. So let's think about that. Because I think what happens sometimes is in Q&A, there's this sort of desire to jump in and start to make points and this and that. And it's human nature, it's totally natural to want to do that, but it can sometimes delay the public comment and to the frustration of the public and make it a little bit tricky. And so I think that what really allowed us to do it is knowing we could ask more questions next week, of course. But maybe we could think about how we could incorporate some discipline into that section going forward. We don't have to talk about it more tonight, but that was just something I wanted to throw out there. Sarah, comment?
I just wonder, I want to hear from Aaron. Is it kosher to, I mean, I thought the structure of our meetings were kind of set in stone, and that once we got to deliberations, we weren't supposed to ask questions. We were discouraged from asking questions of staff. But if we have the option to remain in dialogue with staff during deliberations, I think it would be easier to think about David's suggestion that we really limit that questions to staff period before public comment.
I'm not sure I understood. Are you talking about next week when?
No, in general, in general.
So we're thinking about maybe in general trying to do what we did tonight and limit the time frame for our clarifying questions after the staff and applicant presentations, because sometimes those can get quite attenuated. I know that during deliberation later on, at the chair's discretion, we can bring in the staff and applicant for comments and questions if we need to. Does that mean that we can do it at great length, like we might do next week, or is there some written protocol about that?
In the board rules, if there are 4 board members who want to change procedure, you can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a
So
line.
that it could open up all kinds of possibilities.
May I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
I need to ask a clarifying question just because I collect all the emails that come in and make them part of the record. So for this public hearing, we stopped emails being considered by the board 48 hours before the meeting because that's in our rules. So I'm a little confused for this next meeting. Are we not considering any more comments from the public? I'm a little confused, or are we?
So my comments addressed, since the board members are going to be out and about, you know, doing their daily lives, reading the newspaper, they may come across opinions. And if it was a quasi judicial matter, we wouldn't want them to have any sort of other information outside of the public hearing. But since this is legislative, if they run into that, it's okay. And if it's anything new and they want it to be considered, they can put it into evidence or mention it next week. But the public hearing is closed, so I would stop taking in public comments, you know, as secretary.
Okay, thank you for that. I just needed to be clear on that. Thank you.
So just one point on that then. We probably will see emails, and that's just like any other place. Those emails won't go in public records as part of what we saw today. However, if we see them and it triggers in us something, we can bring it next week.
Correct.
So emails are included, not just newspaper articles or conversations
Right.
with people. Okay, great.
I had a quick question. Aaron, you had mentioned when I was asking a question earlier that there was still language moving around in this draft agreement. Are there going to be any changes between now and next week or how will that work?
Potentially. You know, we meet weekly with CU to have negotiation sessions. And I see Phil turned on his camera as well. We're always hopeful that things will be resolved. And Phil, I don't know if you have any additional insights you want to share.
Sure. Yeah, I wanted to chime in that we would prefer to release the agreement when new information is available. And our thought was that it would happen when the council memos go public. And so right now, the first reading memo for City Council for the August 3rd meeting is scheduled to go public next Thursday. And so the red lines we're working on right now are really just cleanup items where we noticed a misplaced word or something like that. Though the attorneys are looking at the first right of first refusal. And so if there's new information presented there, we could, if it's allowable, Aaron, present that at the meeting too, so at the beginning.
I think if the board wants to ask that question of you next week, then, you know, that would be appropriate to answer.
I think that we should plan on it because it could really make our deliberation much more efficient if we know that there's been something that we don't have to, okay, we know that something's happened. I think it would be useful for us to know that coming in, if that could be presented in an effective way. John?
Yeah, Aaron, I'm a little bit puzzled. Are we being asked to deliberate and provide a recommendation on an incomplete annexation agreement, or one that is being still revised after our recommendation?
That is correct. The main deal points are there, but in order to get it to you and be able to have community feedback and respond to it, it's not final.
So
otherwise we couldn't incorporate your feedback.
Right.
No, but I mean, our recommendation, if I understand correctly, is something that we need to know what the final version of what we're being asked to make a recommendation on. So if there are still changes going on after we have made a recommendation, then what is the validity of that recommendation?
I think what's left is fairly minor. Looking at 9.2.17 and the criteria for the planning board to make a recommendation. You know, those are compliance with the state statute, the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and whether or not the annexation would create an unreasonable burden on the city.
I think, Aaron, that there are members of the board who would disagree with you that there are minor issues to be resolved. Which is not to say that we can't find our way to recommendations that will be helpful to council, but this is not I dotting and T crossing. So I think what John is, I don't want to put words in John's mouth, but what I'm hearing is not that it's not a complete draft, but that the draft we're discussing today will not necessarily be the same draft we're discussing next week. I think that is problematic for us.
Well, if there are adjustments made to the annexation agreement between now and next week, regardless, we can now, then we don't have to talk about them now. If somebody sees a red flag that, oh my gosh, this is so major, we can talk about it then, of course. But I think we need to know what the changes are.
But we're being asked.
I think there's two questions that I have. One is what happens between now and next week, but then I also want to know what happens between next week and council consideration. You know,
sounds like it's typical to what we've done a lot, which is we've reviewed something and then the the things that we think are important to bring it into compliance with the criteria we've got, we say that, and it gets modified based on our feedback, and then that version goes to council. There were a few things, you know, in the past where we would circle back to us if something did change enough that we needed to relook at it, and that was that was interesting. Although there also, I mean, there's a lot of things that changed a lot after we would review or approve a policy, and I got to tell you, like as a professional, there are a lot of those things that like stuck in my mind, like, oh, I remember exactly the way we approved it, and then, you know, later on it was different from city council's review, and that's like tripped me up a lot of times over the years here. So
well, I think that's something that we need legal guidance on, because, and very explicit, because if we're being asked to make a recommendation on something which changes maybe insignificantly or maybe significantly thereafter, then it's not clear that our recommendation is valid or worth anything. So I have a real process concern there.
I don't know if you wanted to weigh in on that, Aaron.
Well, you know, I guess I understand your perspective. There's nothing that requires staff to have it fully negotiated before going to the planning board. You know, they feel that they are in a solid enough shape where they want to put it out. They want to get your feedback, community feedback, and don't expect major deal points to change, that there's going to be language refinement as we hear things and people, you know, point out terms that they think are vague or inconsistent.
Well, then it seems to me the appropriate way to deal with that is for changes to be made, and then it comes back to us and we can review it, and then planning board makes its recommendation with the final version. My perception is that this is planning board's recommendation is required before city council addresses it, and the recommendation is pointless without having the final version.
Sarah?
So I'm not, John, I wouldn't use the term final version. I sort of think of this as like the East Boulder subcommunity plan, but not the 60% level, but the like 80% level. I think the problem I'm concerned about is we're not, this is not about like making sure we're not wordsmith. At least I will say that the concerns I have are not about wordsmithing. So and you know, the 70 people from the neighborhoods who came to speak to us tonight, they don't think this is about wordsmithing either. And so I understand that there's this time frame that the city is operating on, but it is a time frame that is making it will make it challenging for us to provide the level of the depth of input that we think that is our job here. And I don't know how we fix that problem, but we've been working from the document, the 80-page document, and all of the associated documents. And what you're proposing, what I think I'm hearing is that next week there'll be a second 80-page document that we should try to get through and respond to. And I have that's problematic for me.
Well, Phil, you said a red line document would be available sometime on Thursday, but you could maybe summarize any substantial changes?
I mean, the things we've added is a table of contents and some tweaks where a word was incorrect here and there thus far. And then Aaron had to include some additional, a couple of sentences here and there.
So Phil, if I can just ask a question, David. So Phil, the policy issues that might come up, which might have to do with, say, the de-annexation questions, or like that's not a
No.
correction of a word. So I think the question I want to ask is, next week, are we going to be working from a document that's similar enough to what we worked from tonight, that if we raise those kinds of policy questions, we're still operating in the same arena that we were operating in tonight?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case. Do you, Aaron?
No. I think it, you know, there are highlighted areas in the transportation section. You know, we hope to get those finalized. You know, what we can change about the de-annexation process to make it clear that it's required, because I believe that was the intent of the parties. You know, that there'll be relatively minor things like that.
And next week, we'll be able to enumerate anything that the board feels the city council should consider in addition to the recommended motion. We could point out any number of things that we think the city council should consider, and that's our chance to do it. But if the council does not accept any number of those, it doesn't mean we didn't get the chance to recommend. It just means that we that we did our job and we recommended, and the council has the final decision-making authority, right?
Right. Of course,
Well,
they have the final. So go ahead, John. Sorry.
Yeah, I am fully aware that the council has the final decision-making authority, but I also understand that planning board is by charter required to make a recommendation to city council before city council makes its decision. And for us to make a legitimate recommendation on a document, we need two things. We need to have the final document with both the language and the substance finalized. And we need to know that that is what is being considered by city council. Otherwise, what we're doing is, in my opinion, not satisfying the charter.
Okay, so what if, okay, we have a number of boards that make recommendations on this annexation agreement. So what if a different board had a recommendation that city council accepted that wasn't in planning board's recommendation? Does that invalidate our recommendation? I just don't know where your threshold is of having control over every last change that goes into an annexation agreement after we make our recommendation. I don't quite understand that. Crystal?
I think John hit the nail on the head when he talked about the charter, because we do have a charter responsibility. Open space has certain property ownership, fiduciary, and stewardship responsibilities. And they've weighed in. I don't know what tab is to get more input from their perspective. But usually annexation agreements are a little bit more finalized than what we're getting. I do not understand the rush. You know, if quite frankly, between getting an incomplete document to planning board and then having it go to council. And yes, there are a lot of loose ends. I mean, we heard a lot of discussion tonight from the applicant, from our staff, and from the public,
Well,
Sounds like we've got different.
pointing out various things.
Yeah, it sounds like we've got an opportunity here to look at the annexation agreement, which we probably all have done before this meeting, and then look at it, any changes that happen between now and next week, and then make a determination at the next meeting, were all these changes like things that you think are minor or not minor, you know, and because really we can't review a finalized signed thing and then also have input on it. Is that doesn't logically work out. So there's always flexibility in what we review before it gets finalized, because it's got to be revised to incorporate our feedback, right? I think that's sort of the point that Phil and Aaron were trying to make. I don't know what changes might be afoot between now and next week, and I don't really feel like at 11 o'clock at night we should theorize on what they might be and whether they might be important. I think we should just look at them when we get them and then use our noodles and make a decision then, as opposed to wringing our hands down.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that we all have our votes next week. We all have our ability to negotiate what we're doing. So you can take into account this at the time.
And I'll just say we don't anticipate any major changes, and we'll explain any changes next Thursday and email it to the board prior. But the major deal points, as we were looking at the project schedule, we scheduled the meeting when we knew we had charted out opportunities to resolve all the major points. And it was at that point where we confirmed these meetings. And so like there were two fill in the blanks kind of in the transcript.
Phil, I really appreciate that. And I know you've been working on this forever and a day. But I think there are some major issues. Maybe you and CU don't think they're major issues, but it seems to me there are major issues that are not near.
This is what our discussion next week is about, right?
Yeah,
right.
That's the feedback we'd be giving them.
Not to interrupt, but yeah.
Right. So
we're jumping the gun.
Maybe this is just a linguistic miscommunication that we're having, but confirming that we get to dig into this next week on the issues that collectively we conclude are important, and that when you're using the language, we feel like we're so close, or we feel like we're almost there. You mean, I think, in terms of the current version, but you are open to the possibility that this may not be the last version. Is that fair, Phil?
We were assuming that we titled it Community Review Draft, and we assume that it'll be heavily edited by the planning board, so, or at least.
So
it's basically final from the negotiation perspective, but pending our review and approval. Yeah.
Okay, let me just make a statement here then. We're a very important body. What we do next week carries an awful lot of weight.
Right.
And so everything we put down in our motion will be seen and considered by City Council. It doesn't mean that we are in our power to know that we have seen the very last shined up version of this, but everything we say is extremely important, and you guys have the power to do that. If you want to try to make a play for let's ping pong this back and forth to eternity, that's not what the process is.
No,
so, I think we need to be, I think we need to get peace with what the process is in our city, our city charter. But John.
Yeah, I think that we really need legal guidance, because I do not think that we are following the charter if there is if we're not dealing with the final version of the agreement in developing our recommendation. That's one thing. The second thing is, I don't know if we're following proper public process either by changing the document after the public has had the chance, doesn't have any chance any longer to comment on it.
Well, they'll be at
Go to city council.
Aaron, could we?
I don't know. This is a legal, we need to follow legal guidance on
That's
this.
what I'm about to ask, John. Aaron, could we ask for a statement on this to be prepared for next week's meeting so that we don't stay here till midnight?
You bet.
We've been here for literally 45 minutes on this little conjecture exercise. Aaron, is that something that the legal department could brief us on in detail as to the inner workings of how we can deal with the fact that sometimes things that we recommend aren't final?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is that acceptable to the board? So that we can break this meeting at some point?
Well, that's one way to resolve tonight's discussion, yes.
Thank you. If you'd object to it, that's fine. Crystal.
I think John was asking a legal charter question. It doesn't have to be answered now, but if Aaron could think about it, and if you need clarification on what John was asking, Aaron, maybe you two can exchange emails.
Sure.
It's a valid point, and we should get some clarity on it.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, if Aaron and John want to exchange some emails on this, and then John, you can see if that if it's answered all of your concerns. That would be great before next week.
Very good.
Awesome. Any other concerns? Great. Any other debrief or calendar check items anybody wants to bring up? Sarah, anything? Or I'm sorry, Cindy.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. I call this
Good night.
meeting-
Oh, I didn't say, I didn't, that was Crystal that said good night. I didn't say.
Oh, yeah, you still have the ability to calendar check.
I wouldn't do that. No, I don't have anything. Just meeting next week.
And I think we need the words, we're adjourned.
We are adjourned.
Are we ready?
I think we are.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Nice to see everybody. See you Thursday.
See you later.
Thanks, Jean.
Thanks, Cindy.
We'll see ya later.